I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. The most of this night, come on baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't wanna do.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Esports Club Challenger Series 2. So I should really say welcome to, but it's really the same Challenger Series. Now the second season, if we're counting this as a show, I guess. Supported by Ubisoft, here with the host Blackjack and Baugus, the fourth beautiful game that is Rainbow Six Siege. We hope you're having a fine evening. We hope September has started off nicely for you. I know it has for me and for Baba here as well. You know, we've enjoyed our time off cast, you know, playing some good old games, some newer games, all that stuff. But here we are to cast one of our more favorite games, Rainbow Six Siege. Starting off with the first qualifiers week with the first qualifiers match here today and the first four matches actually of this first round. It's sure to be an exciting time ahead of us. So, Baba Gusta, first off, how you doing on this fine evening?
Doing great, Jack, and it's been a while. It's been around like a week or two since we ended off with the first series coming to an end, and
That it
we all
has,
know
yeah.
we all know who's the champions winner at this point. It is none other than MRCZ. Congratulations to them, as they will get their crown in the first series of the Esports Club Challengers. But we still have another one, just like we kept talking about the other teams like High Five, teams like Monkey Hunters, who unfortunately couldn't get the chance to be either in the grand finals nor couldn't get to win their trophy. They still have a second chance in the second series, so I'm quite excited to see what's going to happen next. And not to even mention, we have quite a lot of new teams heading into the tournaments sideways, so it's very exciting to see new teams joining into the tournament and see what they are capable of. So how about we just get into the amount of matches that we're going to be casting around right now, Jack? Because I believe we have a total of 4 matches in total. The first one would be the first one, we'll be able to see that in the screens right away, which would be Hexagon Esports going up against Gamer Syndicate. The first one, which you're going to be casting around at 5 in the evening. The second match will be on Ascent Esports going up against Team Clickbait. It's been a while since we saw Team Clickbait, Jack. Last time I remember, they were making some quite extraordinary plays. Unfortunately, they couldn't get. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see their presence in their first series, but it's great to be seeing them back in the second series for now. The third match will be Royal Thamilians versus Gridoni, and last but not least, we'll be seeing Son Nocturne make their return, who will go up against Disasters officials. So quite an interesting matchup that we're going to be seeing on a round of 32. I mean, the bracket is just the same, ladies and gentlemen. It's not any different. There's no any changes being made in the tournament changes. It's just round of 32s, round of 16s in the second, and then we'll just go ahead and continue with the quarters, semis, and grand finals to see who will be crowned as the winners of second series. That's basically the gist of how it works, and quite interesting to see what these teams have brought up in their table.
It is going to be absolutely fantastic to watch these matches. That is correct. Tons of new names here, or at the very least, names that we don't see too much of because they may or may not get eliminated in the early phases of a given tournament, folks. But let that not disparage our viewers from rooting for them, because as we all know, right from these early stages, this is where things begin. This is where, champions can be born. All it takes is just that perfect storm for them to progress past where they are currently, stopped in their growth, and then things will be made all the easier for both sides. Well, for the side that wants to win, so to speak. So just like Baba said, the first match of the night, Gamers Syndicate versus Hexagon Esports. We'll be going into that in just a quick second, as the map of choice is Oregon for that matter. And with all that being said, folks, there's not much time to discuss. The match is going to be beginning right here, right now, with the band phase going off. So let us jump right in. Team Gamer Syndicate versus Team Hexagon Esports. I don't know why the teams are added before both names, but hey, it is what it is, as they say. Oregon, the be-all, end-all of Rainbow Six Siege. Here we are back at it again, as Thatcher will be the first one banned from the side of Hexagon. No surprise right there, given everything. Thatcher, Oregon, very strong combination and a very common ban. He is off day, and they will... Whoa, hello there. Sorry about that. Might have had a bit of a hiccup with the communications that we have going. I don't know why. It's kind of misbehaving today because everything else is performing just fine for me, right? I can still get the audios and stuff, but these guys can't get my audio, which is very weird. Regardless, Nomad has been banned from the side of Gamer Syndicate. Again, a ban that is to be expected. Runouts, flank routes, all of that can be covered very easily with Nomad. Right. That happened again. I'm going to have to look into what's going on. Regardless, Valkyrie will be the ban coming off from the side of Gamer Syndicate, and finally, Mira will be the ban coming off from Hexagon Esports. Now, of course, these bans are standard and to be expected, and for all the reasons that we have come to know, information potential from Valkyrie and Mira, killing potential that comes with just the amount of area control that she can have. Same with Nomad, area control, exposing any flanks, runouts, and whatnot that any defender could have. She is a very powerful operator, and Thatcher, well, he's Thatcher. He's going to get banned regardless. With all that being said, let us have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Gamer Syndicate, we've got Killseal, Jin, Psycho Boy, Spytam, and Hecko. And from the side of Hexagon Esports, we've got Colonel, the King Streak, Saitama, Dark Lord, and Vixter. Okay, it's a interesting name that I definitely won't butcher while in the cast. And with all that being said, round one is going to be underway. Second book is Johnson. Jocelyn Hall is the side of choice, and with that, I've kept the man from the mic long enough. Baba Gusta, take it away.
Thank you for that, Jack. And also, let's not waste any more time and proceed with the first match, where Gamer Syndicate will be the one on attack, Hexagon Esports on defense. And let's not forget about the previous 2 weeks, especially with the new season coming in from Rainbow Six Siege, OSA being introduced, which means Thunderbird will be available for competitive play. Just for a moment of time to see whether at what particular match we'll be able to see, unless we might be able to see in this match, or maybe not. It's just depends on Hexagon Esports to see if they're very confident enough to bring it in. And I just realized Dark Lord, he'll be the one to bring in a total of 3 Kona stations. Now, these Kona stations are very effective and also provide some good sustain for the defenders, especially if they want to go very aggressive and if they get caught off in the process, which they have around 50 or 40 HP, they'll just make sure to just fall back into their place and get that HP back. That's how powerful Thunderbird is. Not to mention the Spear 308, the same weapon that Finka uses on attack, will be the ones to be brought up on defense as well. Quite a powerful gun, but for now, with the action phase coming in play and Gamer Syndicate definitely not wasting any time, they will proceed to try to wipe out one of the players in towards Trophy Room. So one of the Gemini replicators will come in to give him some vital information, and you will have exactly that. The push, though, from Gamer Syndicate, it is going quite aggressive, and Saitama needs to hold that specific angle. Very patient, but that patient will cost to his own demise, as Psycho Boy gets in with the first kill, taking out the first player on the side of Hexagon.
Big drops right there with the first player off the board already. Gamer Syndicate looking to make some waves early in this matchup. Saitama off the board. That is your Jaeger gone. And while his utility will still be in play for the rest of the match, his, his presence with his gun is no longer going to be for the rest of the round. C4 goes out from Colonel, but that's not going to do much, apparently, as he's going to have to fall back, wait for a grenade or two to pop through, and it will. Does a bit of damage. Kaid is low on HP, but not much else coming off of that, as he's just going to, fall back to a Thunderbird station and just do as he does normally. Wait for an attacker to come into his line of sight and finish them off as accordingly. But wait a minute, Killsteal might have something to do here. Coming up the ice stairs, does he know that the Kaid is close? He's going to see him. He does take him down and gets the Aruni. All right, then Victor and Colonel down, and a huge double from the Sledge. Killsteal has just turned things around. Verticality is also coming off as the plant is coming in as well. Jin is going for it. Dark Lord goes down. That's Heko with the kill on the, supposed plant denier. King streak, he's found one, but he can only do so much. Spidey time comes in, finishes him off, and with that, round one has been taken care of. Gamer Syndicate with a strong start, only losing one body right up till the end, as they will start things off quite strongly, I would say.
And it is quite strong. Gamer Syndicate, especially this was at the post-plant situation too. But yeah, a really good place coming in from Gamer Syndicate as they'll win their first attack round. This will make sure that they would have a lot of confidence to proceed to the next. Although the same thing cannot be said to Hexagon Esports though, because right at the beginning spot where we saw Dark Lord or maybe some of the operators not have good amount of cover, especially in towards trophy room, Jack, because most of the holes that you see in second floor kids terms, you would always expect to have a deployable shield being placed in towards trophy. In that way, you would have a good angle, or should I say a good amount of cover in towards the bedroom side. If you, in fact, if you don't have that deployable shield, you could at least hold in towards the armory room, where you can make some lines of sight and hopefully make sure that you would hold the pushes coming in from Gamer Syndicate. Although we don't see anything coming in from the defenders just now, although we don't see any deployable shield being brought up from the defenders, and they've made a decision to go with C4s and barbed wires. A total of 6 barbed wires for the defender's side and a total of 4 C4s. Interesting. Although on the defensive side, it's just only 3 C4s because, Mute has a C4, Thunderbird has a C4, not to even mention, last but not the least, the Kaid with the C4. So they just have to rely on, the information being gathered around from the defense cams, in which the attackers won't have any problem destroying it. But what's going to happen in the mid rounds? That's my main concern for Hexagon Esports, because the more the attackers starts to gain control on the building, the less and lesser, problems that the attackers have to be careful of. And talking about it, Psycho Boy will get the first strike, taking out Colonel, and already at the early peak, Hexagon Esports is trying to have some trouble.
Quite some trouble indeed. Once again, losing the first body, not good for Hexagon, especially on the defense on Oregon. You want to maintain an equalized or an advantageous operator position. That is not to be. Your Aruni is down. And, just like how Babo was saying, it's interesting to see the kind of ops and the kind of loadout configurations we're seeing from both sides, especially the triple C4 setup that Hexagon has brought out. Is it going to pay off? Well, it will if they manage to stay alive until the point where those C4s can come in handy. 3 C4s, are always quite deadly, if you will. If the first doesn't work, the second can go off. If the second doesn't work, the third can go off. And if the third doesn't work, well, you better start shooting, because, you kind of ran out of the one-shot kill explosive gimmick, if you will. As the meanwhile, oh dear me, it looks like we've been struck with a little bit of a drone audio issue. Oh dear me, that's not too good. But regardless, 5v4 situation, as Gamer Syndicate are simply taking their sweet time in setting everything up and getting into a power play position. They've already got the breach down, as Jin is going to use the flashbangs to clear out ADSs, on line of sight. Vixer finds one, but only to get found by Jin. In the meanwhile, Darkle coming up for a flank on Tower. But does Tower even have a breach I don't think so. C4 goes out, but the mute will not claim anyone as a result. It is a 3v4. Only boy is down, mind you. King Streak is coming around the side, but no, staying there was a bad idea, as Jin has clearly showed him. Now the plant needs to come off. Jin is the one with the diffuser, as Spidey Time is holding for a flank, and he sees the Jaeger, but cannot kill him in time. Dark Lord takes a bit of damage in the meanwhile, and he's going to go down. That's kill steal from the other side. It's all up to Saitama now, as Jin's in. He's taking a Thunderbird heal, breaks the Thunderbird gadget, goes for the plant. Kill steal's taking damage. He sees what the Thunderbird is. Saitama's going to heal himself right back up, but no avail. Heko comes in, and that is going to be the round. And the second round at that. Another round on the attack for the side of Gamer Syndicate, proving themselves strong, if you will. Oh, there we go. We're back with us, folks, because as you know, yeah, we kind of have to come back here because of the drone audio issue that we talked about. But all things considered, Gamer Syndicate, you know, kind of a comfortable start, really. Not much pressure for them to deal with. And just good plays from them all around.
I mean, good plays from them, but Hexagon Esports, though, I would say there was a bit of miscommunication coming in from Dark Lord, especially when he was slowly making his way in towards the attic stairs, actually from the big tower stairs. Well, he was slowly making his way, and then he made a big realization, saying that, wait, the walls isn't been breached in attic. It's been breached into his games room. So he had to fall back into his meeting, only to be met by an angry Buck who was waiting for the Jaeger to make his plays. Unfortunately, that could not happen. And we all know what exactly happened to Thunderbird right from the second floor Dom's main hall. So I would say that, you know, if one of the strategies do not work, I'd say shifting sites or maybe shifting ops would be a good way for Hexagon Esports to try to bring some change in their op picks, or maybe when it comes to their peaks, because most of the plays that we saw from Hexagon Esports, we haven't seen a single C4 being brought up, right? Not a single C4 is being brought up. I mean, most of the time you'd see the mute using his shotguns to make the, rotate in towards the attic from Dom's main hall. There wasn't any, traps being set up for Gamer Syndicate, and that's how they could easily get into the building without facing any problems at all. But I could suggest to Hexagon Esports to bring in maybe a cap can, at least. Those EDDs might be useful to them, knowing that when engaging to gunfights, there is high likely a chance where the defenders might win more gunfights. But other than that, bringing in the main operators like the smoke would be a very effective way, knowing that you have a total of 3 smoke gas canisters, the deployable shield to protect yourself from numerous amount of bullet holes being displayed from the attackers. So it's best to have more cover. And talking about the Midas being banned on the side of Hexagon Esports, the only thing you need to have is a strong anchor up. And what better could it be than to bring in smoke? So that's my main concern for Hexagon Esports at this time, Jack. And hopefully they would bring in operators like these, and maybe bring in Goyo would be a good idea as well. Those Vulcan shields would provide both cover as well as denial as well. So just hoping that Hexagon Esports would just bring themselves back up on round 3, and I would just hope that the site will be on basement round supply.
All things considered, from Hexagon Esports, the Goyo is a good idea, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I really feel like having smoke would probably be a good idea for this site, especially for a hold that is generally as strong as the excuse me, the blue bunker elbow hold that we have seen on Basement Laundry before. It's always been there, or most of the time it's been there, and it leads to a very good situation for defenders, because attackers are hard pressed to push that, especially with Wamai and Jaeger in play, which they are, mind you. Wamai is available today. You don't need a Valkyrie for that area at all, but Hexagon aren't going for that, I assume, because they may have faced issues while trying to attempt something like that before, and that might be why they don't want to attempt a blue bunker hold just yet. Could be, couldn't be, we don't really know per se, but they are under pressure given that it is a 2-0 situation. Speaking of operators, we would like to see. I cycled through both sides before landing on the actual word there. Sorry about that. Speaking of operators we would like to see, you know who I'd like to see? I think we all know who I'd like to see if you followed my socials for the last few days. Fuse. He can cluster charge through reinforced panels now as the C4 comes out, and meanwhile, Killsteel will dodge that nice and easily. No issues for the man right there. But yeah, Fuse can cluster charge through reinforced hatches and walls, and it can make for some very, very surprising moments where you catch defenders off guard, especially when they're least expecting it. A little bit of droning, maybe a little bit of a distraction or noise making elsewhere, and you might just see a couple of cluster charge kills. We won't see him just yet, I think. I think there's those changes that needs a while to be figured out, but once it is, oh boy, I'm excited for the future for that Russian operator. In the meanwhile, hatch will be opened up by the Maverick. That is another important line of sight to be taken care of, as we are more than midway through round 3. But not much action has happened so far.
Not much. Oh my God.
Oh boy.
Not much action, though. I do have to apologize. I kind of stumbled upon my words around there, but hopefully I can come back up. We will see the Flores using the RC terrorists to try to destroy some of the deployable shields. And there you go. The first frag will come in from Jin to take out Colonel right in towards the blue bunker. And looks like the execute will happen. Drop down will come in into a security room.
Oh boy.
Vixter takes out Psycho Boy, converting it into a 4v4 situation. But now they just have to worry about the player who is using that deployable shield right towards that particular place. But it's too late. Gamer Syndicate has already gotten control in towards the side. Heko comes in, Dex gets those 2 kills, and we will see Gamer Syndicate get a beautiful win on round 3. Basement, laundry, and supply room. That is 3 attack rounds on the hands of Gamer Syndicate and nil on the side of Hexagon Esports. So, talking about the amount of changes that we've seen for the past 2 weeks, Jack, not only just we see some major changes in Fuse, but also we've seen some changes, I would say a bit of nerfs coming in from the Iana's gadget. I mean, not the Iana, I would say the Iana's weapon. The G336 now doesn't have a 2.0 scope. It's been removed, and the only weapon that you can use would be the 1.5x. So that was the one. And I believe that the second one would be a bit of a nerf from the Mute's Jammers. So basically, the Mute Jammers, it's a bit centered. So you can still use some gadgets right at the top of the reinforcements where some of the gadgets might work out. So
to be perfectly fair, folks, the change to mute is more on a technical scale that isn't really, properly explainable in a short segment on cast. But the gist of it that Baba's trying to say here is that instead of covering the whole double reinforcement that it used to, it just covers a spherical radius, which is as tall as it is wide. Right? It's a perfect circle, as they say. It extends up to the sides and down below, which leaves a little bit of room at the top of reinforcements and the far corners, if you will, to still be gadgeted, as they say. But defenders can still use that to their advantage. I've seen clips of people, intentionally funneling things like, certain breachable gadgets, for instance, to those areas to try and counter them or create lines of sight that they then use against the attackers. It's a whole, again, it's a double-edged sword, just as with a lot of things in Rainbow Six. So, yeah, like I said, it's a big change, but it doesn't look that big. It's one of those changes. It's just one of those changes,
Yeah, true, Jack. I mean, it's a lot to talk about, especially from those new jammers. Coming to a competitive perspective, you need to understand why the devs would make a decision to make those changes in the first place. But looks like the first kill will come in from Spidey Time to take out Darklaw. The second comes in from Psychoboy to take out Colonel. It looks like Hexagon Esports will be in the pain train once again in round 4. Team Gamer Syndicate have no problems dealing with the players on the side of Hexagon, but they still need to be worried about Vixter and Killstreak, who will retaliate back. But will this work out? King Street, who's just slowly making his way right from downstairs, and Saitama almost get caught off from the Mavericks hole being made from the Breaching Torch, making it a 3v2. And talking about Gamer Syndicate having quite a lot of time, 1 minute and 40 seconds, as the Aruni still try to contest the player right from outside the main entrance. The exothermic charge will come in to blow up a hole and make sure that Saitama will reposition himself. An aggressive peek will get caught off from Heko. And now the last but not the least, we'll see Kingstreak, who will slowly make his way from the Armory stairs. Might be able to get a lot of kills, but he needs to do so in a total of 60 seconds. But because it is a post plant. Now, talking about kill streak, you might be able to find one, and Jin comes in with the immediate refrag. We will see Gamer Syndicate get another win on second floor Kid Storms and main. Beautiful plays being made from Gamer Syndicate, and also good retaliation coming in from Hexagon, the Kaid, and the Jaeger, who was making quite a lot of work to take out most of the players. It's just that they had a lot of angles to be worried about. They had to worry about the wall, which was almost breach. Yeah, it was actually breached from the exothermic charge, and also the another angle which would be in towards trophy. So the Jaeger was currently stuck in a hard place, and he didn't had any other options. And the only decision that he could go through is just go defend. Just go aggressive, try to pick out a killer two while try to take out Hecko, but unfortunately it did not happen. And with Gamer Syndicate be in a very huge lead, 4-0 will be the score line, and Hexagon Esports needs to figure out a way to come back. It looks like they will make some changes though, as they will bring in the smoke this time from Saitama.
Well, that's a change that we have been calling for a while now. The smoke is something that, again, just the way Hexagon plays, it really feels like they would benefit from the use of the smoke and his gas canisters, right? That is what is to be expected. They like to be aggressive, and Smoke is an operator who can be aggressive while masking his approach with his gas canisters. Now, that's not the recommended use of them, of course. You would rather, just deny area, deny time, and deny the plant if possible for the attackers and against them. But at the same time, Hexagon, they like to be a little aggressive. And if you want to be aggressive with Smoke, that is perfectly viable, as they say. But then again, of course, we don't usually see too much of that because teams have learned to anticipate Smoke being aggressive with his gas canisters. It does happen, or used to at least happen, quite frequently in our region until it had to stop because players warmed up to the act. And then in the meanwhile, you just have, other adaptations and whatnot are required. Wait a minute, that grenade needs to be, not thrown before the... Oh, there we go. I guess that one-my magnet has been cleared. Okay, he's going to get flashed again. Team flashes are all over the place today, looks like, from the side of Gamer Syndicate. But to them, it doesn't really matter, as they are just getting the kills as and when required. Now, of course, the proximity alarm giving away the location of the Flores. Killsteal coming down the stairs, but there's a roamer hunt going on right now as... there, roamer hunt's happening, and there we go. Oh, boy, Dark Lord. Ooh, falling prey to the roamer hunt decree that Team GS just established, and that is going to be successful. That is your vigil off the board and a huge first drop.
Well, that's what I call a good round clear from Gamer Syndicate. Taking out Dark Lord was exactly what they had to do in towards Kitchen, because if they do not take care of that situation first, then I would say that Hexagon Esports would have had the chance to make this round an immediate turnaround. Especially on a map like Oregon, defenders still have a lot of opportunities to go through, but since defenders on the side of Hexagon Esports are all in the basement side, the attackers don't have to worry about the roamers who might think of going in for a flank nonetheless. Smoke gas canisters will come in from the smoke to block the entrance into us blue, and wait a minute, we will see the Ash push in with the G336. Takes out Colonel. He still needs to find 3 more players. Looks like the smoke gas canisters will make sure to deal some major damage, but it is not enough. Psychoboy and Killsteal will come in to take out 2 of the players on the side of Hexagon Esports. And now Vixter will be the last man standing. He needs to find 3 players, in which he'll be able to find 1. That's Jin, taken care of. But he still needs to find Hecko, Psychoboy, and Killsteal. This is highly a chance where this can happen, but they don't have any information whatsoever. It looks like Hexagon Esports will fall in yet again in the hands of Gamer Syndicate, as they will win round 5, basement, laundry, and supply room. Quite unfortunate for them when it comes to the execution phase, and when it comes to the early picks, still being in favor of Gamer Syndicate. I believe Spidey Time will bring in a shield operator. For a moment there, I thought he was going to bring in the Blitz, but no, he's just going to shift back and bring in the Montaigne instead. Now, talking about the huge changes been happening around in a game of Rainbow Six Siege, I've known that they've changed the armor system into health. In fact, it's just it it doesn't have any much more changes. It's just that they've increased the health of 1 armor, 2 armor, and 3 armor. So for an example, if if you're playing as an Ella, which is a 3-speed operator, she'll be having a total of 100 HP. The other would be having around 110 HP, and the third armor, such as Fuse, will have a total of 125 HP. Although there may be a slight changes, especially to grenades being popped out, or trying to use the Capitao's flame bolts, in which the 3 armor still has a good amount of chance to survive those explosive ordnance, or should I say some utilities being thrown up from the attackers. But still, there is some, I wouldn't say it's a big change. It's just that sometimes players might get confused and realize, like, why isn't one of the players being downed. We'll get to finally figure out why with the help of this. So maybe that's the reason why they did it. But talking about round 6, the side being on second floor kids dorms yet again, we'll see some changes once again from Saitama, as they'll bring in the Capcan, the EDDs, which will make sure that have a higher chances of winning gunfights from the attackers.
Well, here comes the Montaigne, full speed ahead, as once again they are looking for any roamers. But here we go. Vixer's found one, only to get found. Unfortunate for him. As Cycle comes in with the G36, finishes him off nice and quickly. And on we go to the rest of the round. Claymore does go out. Sackboy is just going to cover the back, make sure that they don't get flanked. Again, the Nomad is banned, so they cannot rely on air jabs to cover 3 very crucial areas. So they're going to have to bring in other things. Claymore's operators watching for flanks and all that, as King Streak, oh boy, he knows exactly how close he was to getting taken out right there, and he will still take a couple of shots, but he is far on HP than Cycle Boy, and that shows with the kill being taken. Cycle Boy off the board, a refrag, much needed at that from Vixter, as Kill Steal using that breach, that little break that he did on Kids Dorm's window, as a bit of a bait to see if anybody was going to push the attic window, but unfortunately, no one took the bait. No one bit. Unfortunately, that little fishing minigame went nowhere. Spidey Time in the meanwhile is being flushed out with the use of the smoke gas canister. C4 is about to get his way. The C4 rip did happen, but it won't be blown up just yet. Had to be thrown ahead of the Surya Gate, of course, because of the fact that the Surya Gate would have destroyed the C4. But there we go. Monty is just allowed to take that one down. Unfortunate. And a little bit of a slip up, if you will, from the side of HE. But Jin's here to find one. That's Dark Lord on the board. Once again, huge drop to equalize. And Jin's already in the site. And he's going for the plant. Smoke grenades are off, and Spidey Time is... He sees the Capcan. He sees the shots being fired, and the plant will go off in the meanwhile. King Streak is low on HP, but Killsteal's here to find the other. That's Colonel off the board, as it's now all down to a 2v3. King Streak and Saitama, as the ladder, goes down. Killsteal's here to do work, and Jin will finish off the last one nice and quickly as well. What a first half from the side of Gamer Syndicate. We expected them to be dominant, to be sure. Esports is a relatively new team considering everything, at least in our eyes. But then again, Hexagon, you can see that the pressure has gotten to them to the point where they are not able to make coordinated plays the same way that they would probably like to. And that is really unfortunate, because this team could have been a little bit better. But again, the pressure of playing a team like Gamer Syndicate, on top of the fact that qualifiers usually, sometimes if your bracket is a little less fortunate, paired with much tougher teams than you probably wanted to go up against, that does tend to happen, and this game seems to be one of those situations. Now, it's not necessarily over yet. 6-0, match point for sure for Gamer Syndicate, but again, as we all know, comebacks are possible no matter the chances. Even if, just looking at this game right now, the chance of a comeback is probably 0.1%, if I had to take a wild guess, and I'm sure I'm probably wrong on that one. But yeah, not looking good for Hexagon Esports, as it is 6-0 for Team GS.
6-0. Talk about Hexagon Esports. They'll bring in total of 2 hard breachers, the Hibana and the Thermite. It's quite essential when it comes to opening up the walls in towards kitchen, actually in towards dining. And also the Excairos pellets, which could be used to open up lines of sight in towards the bathroom side. Hopefully make sure that that the defenders would try to fall back. And I believe Hecko try to make a vertical line of sight right from below the first floor dining entrance, where he could open up a wall in construction window where that's exactly most of the attackers would enter in towards that specific building. He has that good angle. He could be able to get most of those kills, particularly and also especially in the early rounds, because that's exactly where the thermite would use his exothermic charge to open up that wall. So taking out one of the hard breaches should be Gamer Syndicate's main aim. And not to even mention Spidey Time is currently doing his roam duty, playing as the warden. Now, talking about flashbangs, now this is a huge change for the defenders, because that's basically an entire counter for the defenders, especially the players like Smoke, Mute, who has a shotgun in hand. Not to mention Ella's F412, which is very dangerous at this moment. If you get flashed, even though if you are in the radius, you will get caught nonetheless. So that's how powerful that specific gadget is right now. And what better counter to counter those flashbangs? It's none other than the Wamai himself. So good changes coming in, and also the first frag will come in from Killsteel as he'll take out Dark Lord. First frag is already in, and Hexagon Esports is not feeling too good.
Not at all, for that matter, as Jin is trying to contest somebody towards the tower side, but Spy Time comes in and gets taken down for his trouble. Colonel finds one, finds two. Jin goes down, but Killsteel is here to find Saitama to try and catch somebody off guard. In the meanwhile, as the Capita Fireball goes off, Killsteel is a little, a little worse for wear, but Hecko is right here waiting for the Capita to peek. There's going to be another Fireball coming his way. He has to be so careful. He's going to have to move any second now, and he does, and barely avoids the Capita's fire while at it. Has taken a bit of damage, but nothing too severe, if you will. And Killsteel can probably still be picked up. Sakubai just needs to, just hold F. Come on, there we go. The Wamai will be picked up by his, by his gadget buddy, no less, Jaeger. Just gets him up nice and quickly as we continue to move farther and farther into the trenches of the round. His Colonel. He's just standing there waiting for somebody to peek, but Hecko beautifully shot right there onto King Streak, making sure that the Capital does not move any farther in than he already has. That only leaves, of course, Vixter and Colonel. Admittedly, Vixter is still on full HP. Colonel is, Colonel's a little worse for wear, shall we say. So are Hecko and Killsteel. Killsteel more so. But that does not matter to this Wamai. He's going to go out. He's going to find one. That's Colonel down. And can he get the Jackal? Yes, he does. The double peek, and the quick double peek at that. We'll see the Wamai finish off the final two. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a quick early first game and a quick finisher to the first game as well. 6-0 for the side of Team Syndicate. Excellently performed as they do. Hexagon Esports, unfortunate. Seems like the brackets were not in their favor today. Hopefully it could be in the second qualifiers week. That is correct, folks. Like we had in the first Challenger Series, there are two qualifiers to go through, each with their individual registrations. So while the registrations for this first qualifier is over, the second one still has its registrations open. So be sure to keep your eyes out on social media, on the description down below, and of course on the Club Discord. All the links will be posted in the important regions. And with all that being said, Gamer Syndicate, what a performance to start us off. 7-0 on Oregon.
Well, 7-0 on Oregon, and also some, bit of a changes in the, the attack pushes from Gamer Syndicate. You saw how, the amount of coordination that Gamer Syndicate had was really amazing. Although the same thing cannot be said to Hexagon Esports, though, because there wasn't any much more cover being made, especially on the attack side when the round was on First Floor Kitchen and Dining in round 7. If there was one attacker who was, at least holding an angle in towards construction and forcing Alibi to, vault outside, vault right in towards that deployable shield, maybe we could have seen Hexagon Esports make the comeback of their lives. But, unfortunately, that could not happen because most of the time they were just getting picked off quite early, especially in towards the construction side, I believe. Actually, not a construction side, it was on the small tower. But still, talking about Hexagon Esports, they are quite keen on winning gunfights, especially in the first two halves. But when it comes to strategies and, using some reinforcements, maybe, some deployable shield placements, it wasn't enough because most of the time it's just early peak, the early picks still in favor of Gamer Syndicate. We don't get to see more aggressive plays coming in. No, roam presence being declared from Hexagon Esports. It's just a simple hold from all 5 players, you almost see at least one player who would try to, roam on round 3 or round 4. We did get to see, Vigil being brought up in round 5, where he was in the kitchen, but when immediately Gamer Syndicate realized that there was a player in towards kitchen, they just immediately made sure that none of the roamers would still be alive, and that early kill didn't, didn't get to be in favor of Gamer Syndicate. So how about we just talk the entirety of that round in the highlights that we're going to be seeing right now, and talk about what happened to Hexagon Esports. Now, talking about the gunfights and talking about how Saitama, went in for that peak, they didn't had much more cover with the deployable shields. That was the main problem that I was mainly concerned. They did brought it up in round 3 or round 4, but at the early round, there wasn't a smoke. There wasn't, a lot of denials being used in. Knowing that you have those C4s, you could have used it to try to at least make a vertical line of sight right from below, try to confuse the attackers, or try to mainly focus the attackers on eliminating the roamers first, so that they could waste a lot of time. It's just that they were in a bit of a panic, especially in this specific round, on round 4, where the Jaeger, once he realized that the exothermic charge has been used to open up lines of sight, he was forced to make that aggressive push in towards Trophy. And that's exactly what Gamer Syndicate was planning. They knew that they're going to go aggressive. They knew exactly at what time they would arrive, and they executed it very well. That's how Gamer Syndicate is, good at when it comes to coordination wise, when it comes to making those impressive plays. And also, and yes, we didn't get to see a lot of double kills or triple kills coming in from Gamer Syndicate, but that's exactly what you need to do. It's always about coordination, and hopefully when Hexagon Esports would go back and revisit their board, they would be I think they would be more interested on how Gamer Syndicate operates, especially on the attacker's side. But when it comes to defensive side, I would suggest them to learn more strategies, learn more pixel angles, and try to use jiggle peaks for information, and know at what time you need to peak and what time you should not. Hoping that you would be able to get much more experience from out of this. Although I would say, there were some good performance being laid from Hexagon Esports, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. And hopefully we might be able to see that good improvement in the next qualifiers, just like Jack said.
Absolutely. For all we know, this could have been Hexagon Esports' first game. For all we know, they could be a very, very grassroots team just trying to make their way through. And the fact that, they've been on stream, sure, not having the best of first games is not the best way to come on into the spotlight, as they say. But it was a tough bracket at the end of the day. Gamer Syndicate is just that of a team, but hopefully they can improve, they can get better, and they can show us the results of their hard work in the next qualifiers and whatever tournament comes after Challenger Series 2, folks. But of course, that is going to be the first match done and dusted. And we've got a couple more to go after this. Of course, 3 more for that matter. The second one that will be coming up next is going to be Ascent Esports and Team Clickbait facing off against each other. We'll find another map soon enough, folks. The map ban will be happening just shortly. We'll be finishing up just shortly. Again, this first game ended really, really quickly, so we don't have all the info just yet, but we will, and we will get back to you when the match starts up. Until then, folks, a short break. Stay tuned.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Take my hand, and we don't need to do the things we don't want to do.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
All Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD the Esports Club Challenger Series 2 Qualifiers 1 Day 1, supported by Ubisoft, here with your hosts Blackjack and Baba Gusta, as we are here for some more Rainbow Six Siege action, folks. That is correct. We just had the first of the night, of course, Gamer Syndicate versus Hexagon Esports, a 7-0 to Gamer Syndicate, a quick game for them. Hexagon, unfortunate, maybe they can try again with a better bracket for qualifiers, the second qualifiers of Challenger Series 2. Gonna have to make sure of that, because in Challenger Series 1, we could just get away with saying qualifiers 2, but that also had a qualifiers 2. Now, this has a qualifiers 2, but this is also Challenger Series 2, so, tons of 2s being thrown around. But right now, the second match number 2, is also Click versus Ascent Esports, and I believe that my mic has just, oh, there we go. I was gonna say, all right then, sorry about that, folks. Discord's being a little weird today. I don't know why. It just randomly shuts off for me and then reconnects just like that. Weird. Regardless, Clickbait versus Ascent Esports will be the map and the match that is going live on your screens on the map of Villa. As we all know, Bank has been added in place of Consulate, but as we also know, Bank's not going to really get played all the time. The quality of life changes were good, but the map still flows the same, still has the same frustrations, and as a result, don't expect to see it all too much. But Villa will be seen a lot, and we will be going right into it for that matter. So let us not waste any more time and get straight into match number 2, Clickbait versus Ascent Esports, with the ban phase going live on your screens right here, right now. Let's get into it, folks. Match number 2. As the first ban will come off from the side of Ascent Esports. They are, of course, the defenders, and in the meanwhile, Kingslayer has disconnected. Seems like it's it's one of those situations where it's a disconnect at the beginning of the game and a quick reconnect before the ban phase is over. So hopefully he gets back in nice and quickly. Ascent, in the meanwhile, have decided to ban the Thatcher. No surprises right there. Thatcher is just that operator, a default. If there was ever a default ban slot, would pretty much occupy that 100%, right? Thatcher would just be there 100% of the time. On the other side, we've got Clickbait with the second ban of this match, and that is going to be the Jackal. Interesting decision right there. Some would say banning Nomad would be a better idea. Maybe other operators, but Jackal being banned, understandably so. They probably have ideas for Nomad. They probably have ideas for other attackers, and that's why they just decide to give Jackal the boot. That much anyway, so I guess it's fine. And on the other side, of course, we have Valkyrie and Mira being banned as the defenders. Huge information potential, huge denial potential, more so from Mira. Area denial is her specialty. And on the other side, Valkyrie with the C4 and the guns with intel being traded from the black eye cameras. As we all know, extremely deadly operator. With all that being said, let us have a look at both of the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Clickbait, we've got our Fat Fika, the interesting name right there. Luxia, Dead Inside, Kingslayer as well. And from the side of Ascent Esports, we've got Hanster, Bazinga141, Elizabeth, Nebula, and Killgrave. As second floor Aviator and Games Room will now be the side of choice. A 6-pick from Dead Inside is going out of the Capitao into the Ace, as round 1 will now be underway. And I've kept the man from the mic long enough. Baba Gusta, take it away.
Thank you for that, Jack. And here we go. Second match for today. It's going to be Clickbait, who will be the one on attack. Ascent Esports on defense. And the first site will be none other than second floor Aviator and Games Room. With a 6-pick coming in from Dead Inside, this will switch from the Capitao to the Ace. And just I guess Clickbait realized that they didn't have a single hard breacher. It would be best to bring in one, and that would be the Ace. Easier said than done, but they still have to be worried about the ADSs and also the Vomize Magnets. That's the main thing that Clickbait needs to worry about, because if Ace do decide to use his Summer Breach charge to try to throw it long range right from balcony in towards the study room, there is highly likely a chance where one of those utilities might get caught off. Although, that isn't the only one which might get caught off. The grenades, the flashbangs, or even any projectile being displayed from the attackers will be denied from those two deniers, the Vomize Magnets and the Jaeger's ADSs. So a very powerful tool for the defenders, knowing that they don't have to worry about those projectiles, but they still have to worry about bullets. And yeah, with the action phase coming into play, I'm talking about clickbait spawned in from their respective places. Two of them in towards Fountain, one of them in Ruins, and the other from the main entrance. It looks like Lakhs definitely wants to get the party started. Although, talk about those drone works, it's best to have the information first to know what kind of resistance that they're going on to, what kind of angles that they have to worry about, and the push. How will it happen? Talk about Kingslayer, who's just trying to contest that gunfight against Elizabeth, unfortunately loses to it. The same thing can be said to Lakhs, who is already in the side. Look at that, control on side in the side, on the hands of the attackers, and he is getting on a roll. Triple kill for him as he takes out Lakhs. Now Killgrave be the last man standing, and look at, I mean, it's just 2 minutes left. Whips out the C4, but it's too late at Farth. He'll come in with an aggressive peek right in towards the 90s hallway to give Clickbait their first win on attack. Second floor, Aviator and Games Room will go to them as we proceed to round 2.
Well. What a quick play right there from Lakhs. It was like, you know what? Let me just let me get into sight real quick. Let me just dismantle all of these defenders nice and quickly. And unfortunately, Ascent Esports were not ready for that very, very clearly. So Elizabeth did take out one of the attackers, Kingslayer, towards the astronomy side, and that was really looked like, you know, a standard beginning, if you will, until Lakhs just decided to kick things up into the 11th gear, and yeah, after that, there was no looking back for either side. Click, what a way to start us off, huh? Very, very good first round indeed. Ascent Esports, unfortunately, not much to comment on. They were completely caught by surprise as it goes. And, well, you know, when it's a rush round, when it's a round like that, there's not much to say about the defenders because they weren't expecting it very clearly. Hopefully now they'll be a little quicker on their setups, even though Villa is known for extensive, expansive holds and all that stuff that takes time to create, if you will. So they got to be a little quick about it just to make sure that Clickbait doesn't get away with another rush. But regardless, good first round from Clickbait, all things considered.
Yeah, it was a really good rush, Jack. And not to mention Lakhs, just by getting that first peek, he immediately rushed in towards the site where the defenders had absolutely no idea where Lakhs was. Not to mention that they had zero information. I mean, in the ban phase itself, you do get to realize that both of the Intel operators have been banned. It looks like Lakhs wants to continue this aggression once more. Currently uses the impact needs to take out the barricade and immediately gets controlled in towards astronomy. Lakhs sees that. Again, continues to pre-fire in towards trophy. And he will continue to do so in a different angle, but he needs to worry about in towards landing. Sees the head of Goyo and he will take it out. Killgrave goes down. Lakhs get his first frag. Can he get the second? Knowing that one of the defenders is very close in towards red stairs, maybe in towards red stairs or at landing zone window. But the attackers, aka Lakhs, needs to be careful. A lot of free fire that would have been gone quite deadly, but Lakhs is, he is going ham at this point. Already 2 kills. He's looking for his third. The smoke gas canisters will put Lakhs in a very low HP, but it doesn't matter. Triple kill for him. And now he needs to find 2 more players to get his ace. Will that happen? We see Hands using the smoke gas canisters to take out one of the players, but Lakhs is on a roll. Quad and an ace will come in from the Zophia's LMG to take out the entire players on the side of Team Ascent Esports. And with it, we'll be able to take a look at that in the instant replay as well. What a way to start it off, especially Lakhs with an ace. To take out every single player on the side of Ascent Esports. The LMG just pre-firing his way to glory. As we proceed to round 3, 2-0 will be the scoreline where Ascent Esports needs to figure out a way to take out Lakhs.
Oh boy, Lakhs looks like he's got a train to catch, folks. He is not stopping here, not at all. I believe that's anywhere between 8 to 9 kills in the first 2 rounds alone without a death. Lakhs, the myth, the legend, just going ham today, as they say. And on the other side, Ascent Esports are not feeling it, folks, at all. Look at the way Clickbait's kills are centered around Lakhs. 8 for him, one for Fika, and one for Arfath. That's it. That's all they need to do. Dead Inside and Kingslayer are, just doing what they do. Just holding back, chilling, letting Lakhs do the work. And on the other side, of course, it's only 2 rounds, of course, but Ascent Esports haven't really had a good beginning, shall we say. I will say, though, that, the first 2 defenders of Lakhs were a little, stretching a little too far, I would say. Getting a little bit too close to that LMG for their own comfort, especially Jaeger. Not sure what was going on there. And, oh dear, everybody's doing the moonwalk. Not sure as to why. We got a bit of a situation here, folks. Are we back? I think we might be. Yeah, it seems like everybody's walking normally again. Not sure what happened there, folks, but we're gonna quickly get back into the game. So let's jump back in. Temporary pause that we had to take there. Not really a pause, though. That was weird, wasn't it? Everybody was just moonwalking. I didn't know. I didn't know that we were at a concert from the 90s all over again. But right now, Elizabeth, he's got somebody to deal with. Very close in that matter. Art room door was being broken, and Elizabeth is gonna have to be a little careful about that. Nebula, can he find one? Does pre-fire, does see the alpha dead inside, still manages to get away. Kilgrave finds it inside, but Kingslayer comes in to find Nebula regardless. Another kill, double kills actually, with 1 attacker and 1 defender going down at the minute 55 mark.
Ascent Esports, it's not looking too good for them because Clickbait, they're technically just, trying to wrap
he's
things
at
up.
it again.
Yep, he's at it again. Lakhs, they got Elizabeth, but unfortunately Hans will make sure that his kill streak will come to an end. A total of 9 kills in his hand, which will be his first death, as we will see Kingslayer continue his own aggression. Double kill for him. He's waiting for the smoke. That would be Hans in towards Trophy. The grenade will be popped up, which will force him to go for the rotate. But it's too late to go for that. Quite unfortunate for him, and with it we will see Clickbait win yet another attack round, winning round 3. Second floor trophy and statuary room. The site will go to them, and we will proceed to round 4 nonetheless. Ascent Esports not looking too good, although I do have to admit there were some multiple angles being placed, especially from the smokes shotguns. You see a lot of angles being made in study. You've seen a lot of angles being made even on the astronomy room as well, giving so much opportunities for both the defenders as well as the attackers to retaliate. And looks like Lakhs and Kingslayer took quite a opportunity. Not to mention the amount of the aggressive plays that Kingslayer did while Jaeger was in towards Piano, who was a bit much more worried about the windows of the particular place that the Jaeger was holding on to. So Kingslayer, he just got an immediate free pass right in towards the main stairs, slowly made his way in towards study room and saw the alibi who was contesting against the Ash. In fact, it didn't quite go so well with that gunfight. Unfortunately, it didn't, it would have been better if Nebula did get the kill, taking out Fika. Unfortunately, it was too late. You gave too much opportunities for Clickbait to survive and also win those gunfights in the end. So quite unfortunate for Ascent Esports to be losing with those important gunfights. So hopefully they could rectify their mistakes in round 4, knowing that the site will be on second floor trophy and statuary room yet again. No changes in optics just yet, except from Dead Inside, who will be bringing in the Dokebi.
That's an interesting change right there for sure. Dead Inside, just bringing in an operator who loves gathering intel for their team. Dokebi, as we all know, very dangerous to have to play against, but it's Lakhs again. Answers down, and Arfath's gonna find one more. That is the 3rd kill. Kingslayer comes in to find Nebula. It's a 5v2. They're already in sight. What is going on from Clickbait? They are just taking Ascent Esports down one step at a time. Dead Inside's already going for the plant, but that might have been a bait. He has to go for it again. Yana's gonna be found, but that's his position given away, and you just cannot give your position away to Lakhs. Kilgrave does find Fika in the meanwhile, but that is just one player. Not much they can do about it. Dead Inside does find the Aruni at the end, and that is another quick round going the way of Team Clickbait. Ascent Esports very much down on their luck, down on their plays, and Clickbait just finding massive, gaping, crater-sized holes in their strategies and executing on them as soon as possible. Even if it's a 1v2 situation, the one that we just had on round 3 with Hanser, fortunately, there was no luck had, if you will. As in the meanwhile, Dead Inside's going to switch out this time into the Lion. All right, looks like Dead Inside's going for the variety picks today, folks. None of your 3-speed utility destroying, meta hugging operators. No. We're going full Lion today, folks. Full information potential from the attacking team. We had Dekebi, now we have Dead Inside playing Lion. Excuse me, I lost my sentence for a second. We won't obviously have Jackal because he's banned. We have the Iana already from our FOT. Iana's just a mainstay for attacking rosters regardless. So yeah, all in all, I'd say Clickbait 4-0. That's a dominating performance to start us off. Oh boy.
Dominating performance, Jack. And not even mention, Ascent Esports have been losing to Lakhs thrice. Even with that aggressive push, it's like they have no idea where the attackers are coming from. I mean, they even have default camps to give them information, but that is not enough. They could bring in, bulletproof camps. Maybe try to bring in the Maestro's Evil Eye camps to deny those push happening. Or better yet, try to bring in Legion. Those Legion Goo mines will, will at least make sure that Lakhs won't be able to make those aggressive peaks. But looks like Elizabeth will start to make his own aggressive peaks too, taking out one of the players on the side of Clickbait. But an instant refrag will come in from Kingslayer to take out Elizabeth. Oh boy. That was quite unfortunate for Dead Inside. He was trying to open up the barricade, but instead he took out his own teammate. Nonetheless, he will come back. And Nebula is thinking for a C4 throw right into Burst Laundry. Looks like Ascent Esports has started to come back with the cap canting out one of the players and Nebula taking one more. This is going to be huge for Ascent Esports, showing that they've taken out most of the players on the side of Team Clickbait. And now they just have to worry about Kingslayer, who's slowly making his way from the pantry stairs. The amount of sound that he's making via the footsteps will make sure, and also with the confirmation being given from the default camps and the pre-fire from Nebula, make sure that they will get their first defending wins on first floor kitchen and dining room. Huge plays, huge requirement for Ascent Esports to be winning their first defensive round, and hopefully making sure that if they win this round, then that means there is high likely a chance they would win the next site, which would be on Trophy and Saturatum. Actually, no, it's going to be on second floor Aviator and Games Room, the site where Ascent Esports will make their final stand in their first half defense. Having a 4-2 first half would be an ideal. Would be an ideal strategy for Ascent Esports. Talking about Team Clickbait, already in a very huge lead, 4-1. If they make it 5-1, then that means Clickbait will be, they'll just make sure that they could rest easy in the second half, knowing that they'll be the one on defense. But nonetheless, good hold from Ascent Esports. This time they made sure that the aggressive push from Clickbait will be handled, and they handled it perfectly.
Well, that they did. I mean, overall, Ascent Esports play in the previous round, I wouldn't really call it perfect, but it was good enough in a way that they could just, shut down Clickbait's offensive strategies without too much happening against them. And of course was, that of course was what we got to see from them. So overall, not bad for Team Clickbait. On the other side, of course, not bad from Ascent Esports. Excuse me, I messed up the names. On the other side, of course, Clickbait, they are 4-1, so there is no chance of a lead or an equalizer from Ascent Esports' side. Clickbait just wanted to go in with as big of a advantage as, they can possibly get here, and that means they need just this 5-1 being the most ideal that they can get. And it would have been 6-0, but unfortunately, like we said, the previous round was a little not up to speed from the side of Clickbait. So, yeah, okay, one thing could have been better, but wait a minute, Fath, he's already in here. Does he see the Malusi? Yes, he does. Takes him down. And then meanwhile, Dennis is going to find Nebula. It's once again a push into side. There goes Killgrave. But there is Elizabeth to take one back, and that is a kill, a refrag that was much needed from the side of Ascent Esports. But it's a 4v2 right now. That a 4v1, it's all up to Elizabeth. The last one one standing. The Jaeger caught in a corner, and it's Lakhs all over again. Boo boy, that is going to be one more off the board. And that is going to be one more round on board for Team Clickbait, as again, finding those crater-sized holes in Ascent Esports' play and making sure that they find them find and take them out as soon as they possibly can with these rush-style plays. Ascent Esports in a spot of others. Clickbait is one round away from match point on round 7, the first round on the other side of the half.
Round 7, this is huge for Team Clickbait, knowing that Ascent Esports had that, had that morale in round 5. Unfortunately, it was diminished at round 6. Now, talking about the second half and the side being on second floor, Aviator and Games Room, we will see some 6 picks being made from both of these teams, from Clickbait and Ascent Esports. Killgrave will bring in the Iana, and I believe that was Arfat who just went in for a 6-pick, where he decides to bring in the Cav, but then he 6-picked out to the Mozzie's P10 Roni. That gun has a very good fire rate, and not to mention, you don't have to worry about the recoil from that gun too. So I just realized one thing, that the Sledge doesn't have an SMG-11 anymore. He can only equip his secondary pistol, I guess, but he still can use his primary weapon and his, and the Sledge is, hammer to that can be put to full use. Not to mention the total of 2 grenades, which could help Sledge in getting most of those kills. But the only weapon that will be taken out will be the SMG-11. It's just mainly, hoping that they would bring in Buck. The skeleton key is very powerful. It's just that Buck doesn't have a grenade on his own, so he just needs to rely on his weapon to get most of his kills. But talking about this action phase right now, where Ascent Esports will be the one on attack, and they've made a decision to push in towards Fountain. Now, just like we saw on, Clickbait's attack in the first half, we've seen them push in towards Reading Room, and they just kept doing it over and over again. It was like they started to pressure Ascent Esports in the first half, and they are pressuring it right now with Arfat, taking out Nebula, goes in for the second, but he will fail to kill Grave nonetheless. Neekalizer comes in 4-4, and now Ascent Esports will be the one to try to go aggressive. Will they get the control? Yes, they do, with Killgrave getting another kill, taking out Dead inside. There's only 3 players left on the side of Team Clickbait, and all 3 of these players are in towards the side.
Well, looks like Clickbait is in a spot of bother right now, given that they are 2 players down versus just 1 from Ascent Esports. Nebula did go down early, but Arfat inside of the board as well. Not too good for the side of the defense, but they've still got Fika, they've still got Kingslayer, but most importantly, they still have got Lakhs. So they are, still looking pretty strong. Kingslayer's just, strolling about within Vault, making sure that all the valuables are still in place before they eventually get wrecked when the attackers start making their push. That's just how it is, None of the valuables in the Vault are probably even the original came with, because as we all know, things are a little weird these days. But anyway, Kingslayer, all right, interesting decision right there to reinforce off the line of sight. But that is probably a good idea, given that that line of sight can be used against them, and they probably saved a reinforcement for that exact reason, as the Selma breach will go off on Vault. In the meanwhile, opening up a line of sight, opening up a point of entry. But there is still so much work to be done. Kingslayer is going to go down. That's Bazinga finding 1. Now it's all up to Fika and Lakhs. Spot of bother, 2 versus 4. Ascent Esports very much in the driver's seat, but they still need to get in the side. They still need to confirm this advantage that they have. Suryagate has been restarted, if you will. That means it needs to be taken care of. We have the Evil Eyes and everything that could possibly be in play. We've got the upside on Repel on the 90 window. Lakhs is going to find one. That's Elizabeth off the board. He sees the Iana, takes her down. He sees one more. That's Answer gone. It's a triple. And Lakhs is back at it again. Can he get the 4th? It's an LMG, but he's run out of bullets on it. Has to take out the secondary shotgun pistol. And he knows that he's going to have to come for the diffuser. That is Bazinga, of course, and he's going to be doing exactly that. Diffuser's been picked up, but Lakhs hears it, and there goes the bailiff. 4K for Lakhs once again. And oh boy, that is going to be one more round for Clickbait, and another, just another bunch of kills to add to the ever-growing book of kills that is Lakhs' kill count today. I think what that is 18 kills so far. The man is just they are just going ham, as they say. Unfortunately, we had a joke lined up for Hanser on Ascent Esports, right? Because his name has the Hans part of it, if you will. And we all know the jokes with Hans, but unfortunately, there is no Flemmenwaffe to be found for Ascent Esports. And no, just nothing, even. Not even a Panzer, although a Panzer would have been probably pretty nice against Villa. It's a bit of a fortified location. A tank would have been bit of a morbid conversation, folks. Let's steer ourselves away from that, as it is 6-1 in favor of Team Clickbait.
I mean, you don't want to get your hands dirty. I mean, you don't want to do that now, do you?
Okay, no, I'm gonna have to give you that one. I didn't think about that.
I mean, at this point, yes, bringing in the Panzer would just, obliterate almost half of the map, but still,
Oh yeah,
it's just overkill at this point. But I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. But yeah, I mean, hopefully for Ascent Esports, I'm just hoping that Hans would, get gets most of his kills Han Solo style. And talking about round 8 being as the side on second for trophy and statuary room, with Clickbait being the one on match point, and not to mention Luxia. So quite a lot of kills and a pre-fire from dead inside to take out Killgrave. Another peek. Nope. They're just juggling at this point. Dead inside and the Legion. Thinking of making a... it was just a... yeah, I believe Hans need to do something about it, but I don't think that's going to happen, because Finka will come in to take out Nebula. It will be a 5v3 with Clickbait being on match point. They have to worry about the man count. Oh boy, not looking too good. There's only 2 players left on the side of Ascent Esports, and that would be none other than Elizabeth and Hans duo. Only 2 minutes left as Hans gets killed as he takes out Luxia. The danger man is gone, but they still need to be careful of one more, and that would be a Far. The taking out Hans, which puts Elizabeth gone in the hands of Dead Inside. And with it, we will see Clickbait win against Ascent Esports 7-1, as Villa will go into the favor of the blue side.
And another quick game, folks. Clickbait absolutely tearing Ascent Esports to shreds, if you will. And Ascent Esports, on the other hand, well, not really looking too good. Now, interestingly enough, I do remember casting this game a couple of times, at least Ascent Esports, that is, this team, a couple of times before. So I know that they can do a little better than what they did today, but Clickbait, man, the hyper aggression from them was real. They have just gone up to the top gear, if you will, of aggression, at least for this match, just to get themselves in the next round tomorrow. And tomorrow's brackets are going to be just tougher as it goes into qualifiers. The farther you go in the brackets, the tougher it gets, and the tougher it will be just overall. So all things considered, very good performance from Clickbait. Not so much from Ascent Esports. 7-1 on Villa. Clickbait goes on to the next round and the next match tomorrow. We'll see who that is, when we get all the final brackets and all that, because there's a whole bunch of, excuse me right there, just a whole bunch of matches going on in the background. Right? We have 4 stream matches, but on the other side, there's, I think, like 28 more in the back that the admins have to take care of. So massive shout out to the admins in the back end, right? They do a lot of good work for the tournaments, whichever tournaments it would be, right? For us, it's, of course, Parsley Darkside and the other admins and production in the back end and all of that. So yeah, all things considered, it's a bit of a day for them. So give them a break, folks. Give the production here a break as well. We're all doing what we can. But with all that being said, Clickbait did all they can. As whoo boy, Ascent Esports, I'm not sure what happened to them. They just they got washed. Unfortunately, for the lack of a better term, all right, they got washed. I can't really say much more than that. And we'll see a little bit more of that in the highlights, which we'll go through in just a quick second. There we go, folks. So I'm going to say, I've given my 2 cents already in 2 words at that too. So up to you now. What did you think of the match that we just saw?
I mean, at this point, I can only say one thing. Ascent had no information about these rushes, especially Luxia, especially, the Sledge, Kingslayer, who just, immediately had a free pass right from the main stairs. And they don't have any information at all on what kind of push clickbait is going to make next. And talking about the ban phase, yes, Valkyrie has been banned. Yes, you have Valkyrie, which was already taken care of. Still have those bulletproof camps, or maybe they were a bit too worried, or should I say that they were just trying to hold some specific angles, but they forgot about one angle to hold, which would either be from the red stairs and main stairs, because that's exactly where most of the rushes would appear. They just have to worry about the stairs, because that's the main point of entry. And the other thing would be like the main place where most of the attackers would push in, which is in towards the study room. But other than that, Ascent Esports, they took quite a lot of time to try to adapt to Clickbait's aggressive plays, and that it took around 4 rounds for Ascent Esports to realize what to do. They did succeed in round 5, or successfully defending on first floor kitchen and dining. But that was the only round where Ascent Esports could control the aggression on how Lakhs uses his LMG, but it did not stop, and he did not stop one bit. Talk about Team Clickbait and talk about how powerful they are in the first half. Actually, not going to say the first half, the first quals of the first day match 2. It's going to be very exciting to see what Clickbait has in stores in the next matches as well. But we still have much more matches to go, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, we still have 2 more matches to go, which would be Royal Tamilians going up against Gridoni, and last match would be none other than Saw Nocturne going up against Disasters Official. Who's going to win? Who's going to be eliminated? We're able to find that out after this short break. So until then, stay hydrated, grab some popcorns, maybe have some juice, and we'll be right back after this.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. The most of this night, come on baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't wanna do. I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Let's make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't want to do. Baby, while we're young,
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2. Supported by Ubisoft, here with your host, Blackjack and Bobby for day 1, match number 3. And if you're wondering why we're a little later than usual to start up here on the stream, we had a bit of a hiccup in the back end and things needed to be dealt with and all that, and they have been. So we'll be going into a slightly different match for the third one than we were initially that we would be going for. The first match has been moved offline due to, the initial third match has been moved offline due to complications regarding the team that, and the match that we're getting instead is, probably a really good one when you hear the team names. Monkey Hunters versus Sunset Ninjas. Now, of course, Monkey Hunters has, as of recently, had a bit of a change in their lineup, i.e., our great Sparko has left Monkey Hunters. He has joined Extraordinary Esports. So that's going to be a match to watch out for should those two get at each other. And in the meanwhile, Sunset Ninjas are facing up against Monkey Hunters without a Sparko. So how are things going to pan out? We will see when the match itself begins. Baba Gusta, big day for Monkey Hunters LFO. What are we thinking here?
Well, I'd say it's equally matched at this point, Jack, because just like we just had that conversation right before, saying that Sparker used to be, the one who was calling the shots for the team, and he was a very dedicated support player who always used to play castle or maybe, a support op that could help them either give information or give protection. That's what Sparko is, is already, is actually good at, because that's what he mainly does as a support. He provides help for their team so that he could ensure the other players like Jittery or Sandy to do what they do best. And now, since Sparko unfortunately made a decision that he would go back to EXT along with Senpai. Things might be a bit different on EXT's side, although it's going to be quite interesting if Monkey Hunters do win against Sunset Ninjas and then they have to go up against EXT. That will be a different, that will be a different one to be talking about. But still, I'd say that it is, however, evenly matched. But since, talking about the previous matchup where we saw Sunset Ninjas go up against Monkey Hunters, things didn't quite go well in their favor, as I like to call it. I believe that was in quals where they had to go in a best of 3, and unfortunately Sunset Ninjas, no, actually it wasn't on best of 3, it was on the final stage where they were about to get qualified, but unfortunately they could not because of Monkey Hunters were so keen and reluctant on taking out Sunset Ninjas players one at a time. They used to get good amount of early peaks, and Sunset Ninjas had to figure out a way to try to counter those. Although they did win around 3 to 4 rounds back to back, unfortunately it wasn't enough. Monkey Hunters took care of that situation and made sure that does not happen. Although there is a second chance for Sunset Ninjas to to finally get their revenge back. So I'm pretty keen to see what Sunset Ninjas is going to do in Monkey Hunters, knowing that the map will be on Villa.
It's going to be very interesting, that is for sure. I think we can all agree on that one, especially like we mentioned, the roster changes coming in, the big roster change for Monkey Hunters LFO, which will make things just that much more exciting, especially when they get up against, Extraordinaire, because that's where Sparko is now. And just like we used to talk about, mercenaries, and I believe it was Taha who had left their team, joined a different team. Mercenaries. Wait, no,
Yeah,
he left. I'm getting confused here. Sorry about that. So
it's all right.
lots of thoughts in my head. Taha, basically, if I recall correctly, he was the one who left Mercenaries, and then he ended up fighting against his old team, and it was a big thing that we'll talk about a lot. And now it's going to be that Sparko versus the team that we have seen him play with for the last year or so. There have been minor changes here and there, of course. EX7, I believe, is no longer part, or was no longer part of Monkey Hunters for a while now. He is playing for a different team. I believe that's Team GG, if I recall correctly. So, yeah, again, correct me on any misinformation I may be saying here. My memory isn't perfect. I actually have a pretty bad memory, all considered. So yeah, just if I say something wrong, folks, don't take it too seriously. We're all here for some fun and games at the end of the day, and we will be getting some more fun and games as soon as we get the ready confirmation from both sides. And I believe Jittery has confirmed that they are ready. That is Monkey Hunters. And on the other side, Sunset Ninjas have confirmed that they are ready. There we go. Yeah, the confirmation has come in, folks. So we'll be going into the match. We'll be starting things off. Excuse me about that. I had a bit of a pause for just a quick second right there. But yeah, we'll be going into the game itself. And okay, looks like we've got another issue happening in the meanwhile. But looks like we might just be going into the match itself. I'm not entirely sure yet. The ban phase is sort of beginning, but we kind of have to ask if the teams want to rehost. Yep, there we go. Sunset Ninjas needs a rehost because their player got, accidentally got disconnected, and we're going to have to stay here for a little bit longer. Apologies for that, folks, but it is what it is. And, anybody who's been following, say, NA League or EU League, which only started up last night, great games, by the way, over the EU League. And of course, R6 APAC CL, which is also APAC League, that has also begun. Anybody who's been following those will know that, it's the usual post-patch shenanigans. Things are going to be a little wonky, are going to be a little less performative for the first couple of weeks or so before it calms down. So this is simply one of those things. And hey, the first two games went off without a hit, so I think we can count ourselves amongst the more fortunate of the groupage of esports games around this game, if you will. But yeah, since we're here for a little bit longer, Baba, Monkey Hunters LFO, I believe they signed on a certain someone named Next One Ragnar. You got any info about that?
Next one. I mean, I'm guessing that it would be the next one for Monkey Hunters, though, because there is high likely a chance where that might happen, but like we will never know until we get to find out. We won't be able to figure it out until we get into the match and know his performance at this point, because I have no idea who is. I mean, neither do you, Jack. And at this point, we're just very curious to know what Monkey Hunters is.
Excuse me, right there. I accidentally hit my own mic while I was repositioning my arm. Trust me, folks. When you have a mic arm set up like mine, it happens.
I mean, it's not just that. I mean, it's just like what are we talking again? I mean, yeah, we were talking about the player on the side of Monkey Hunters, the new player, Next One. Yeah, currently no idea.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I do, Jack.
Okay.
I mean, if I had information, I would have just ended up doing an entire rant about what the player is capable of, what kind of strategies it might involve around him. But I mean, according to me, he's just new in the books on my end. I mean, we know Jittery, we know Beat. I mean, in fact, we know Sandy and Rattler, but I mean, the new one is the one which I'm very interested and very keen to look at. But talking about Sunset Ninjas, though, we still have the same players on their end. We have Minato, we have Montrosky, Zane, Lefty, and Weeb. But Ragnar, quite an interesting one to look at. But currently have no proper information on what it's capable of. So yeah.
Well, if you say so, I'm not really gonna go into that too much just yet until we get into the match itself, and then we talk about the rosters, and then we go into round one, all of that stuff. But I mean, our keen-eyed viewers will, of course, know probably whom we are talking about here. If you follow the region, if you follow SASN_GG, I believe the Twitter handle is, for South Asian Siege News, you probably already know who this next one, Ragnar, is. And I just got to remind myself that it's not Ranger. That's because the G and N are kind of, interchangeable, because Ranger, Ragnar, even though the pronunciations are entirely different, you'd be surprised how much we mess them up in the back end. We actually had to take a second to remind ourselves before the live stream started that it's Ragnar, not Ranger. Baba was the one who had to point that out to me because I was messing it up quite a bit. But yeah, all things considered, we've got both the teams, folks. Both of them are ready. Hopefully nobody disconnected. Okay. Nobody's disconnected, folks, and we are going to be going straight in to the third match of the night: Sunset Ninjas versus Monkey Hunters LFO, with the ban phase beginning. So let us not waste any more time and get right into the match. Wait, all right, yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, wait a minute, because I believe Lefty from Sunset Ninjas in the meanwhile had a bit of a disconnection, but hopefully it's one of those that, beginning of ban phase and then okay, then yeah, not good for all the fanfare we've been setting up, is it? Anyway, Monkey Hunters LFO have the first ban of the match today, and they will decide to ban the Thatcher, as it were. Sunset Ninjas have banned Jackal in the meanwhile, just, making sure that they get all of those standard bans, all the ops that they don't want to play with or don't want to play against, off the board nice and quickly. It is Vil after all, as Super Hercules in the meanwhile has returned. Hopefully he'll, stick around in the lobby this time around, as Valkyrie in the meanwhile is going to be the one to be banned by Sunset Ninjas. Again, black eye cameras, information potential, and killing potential forthwith. And that's something that, no attacking team wants to deal with, and I believe Mars LFO would have banned Valkyrie had she not been banned already. Maybe not. You never really know. But on the other side, Mira will be banned as well. Black eye mirrors, area denial, information. Just, we have talked about this so much today. Just so much, just in general, talking about South Asian Rainbow Six Esports. And these are the bans that you generally tend to expect. In the meanwhile, next one, Ragnar, the player that we've been hyping up for quite a while now, has also disconnected from the lobby. Interesting. As alongside Ragnar, who has now returned in the blue team. Here we go, folks. Here we go again. We're going to need Sunset Ninjas player to reconnect first, and then Ragnar can reconnect. So the teams kind of need to coordinate this between themselves. But as we were saying, alongside next one, Ragnar, the rest of Monkey Hunters LFO, the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today are Veeb, Rattler, Beat, and Ragnar from the side of Monkey Hunters LFO, and from the side of Sunset Ninjas, we've got Montrosky, Minato, Zane, Super Hercules, and Lefty. And there we go. Oh man. We've had to apply some big brain stuff already, and the match hasn't even begun, but it will be now. We've just taken a look at the roster, and now round one will be underway on second floor Aviator Rooms and Games Room. And with that, I have kept the man from the mic for an exceedingly long amount of time.
Well, let's not waste any time and proceed to match number 3. And thank you for that, Jack, for that lovely intro too. Without having any further delays, we will head into our first round. The site will be on second floor AVG, with a 6 pick coming in from Lefty, who just switched from the sledge to the sledge. And also very excited to see next one Ragnar making his debut on Monkey Hunter's side, going up against Sunset Ninjas. Very excited, very keen to see what he is capable of when we get to experience that in the match itself. Talking about six, yet another six pick from Monkey Hunters, Weeb, who will switch from the Pulse to the Mute. Having that jammers is very effective, especially when it comes to Flores RCE Roteros. I hope I pronounced that right. The drones will just make sure that the mute jammer will, block, or should I say jam, one of the Roteros to make sure that it wouldn't get blown up in the process, hence giving much more support on that deployable shield. A very good, a very useful tool, and also, an effective one to make sure that they won't get any information, nor they could use any explosive ordnance to destroy those important gadgets. And talking about Monkey Hunters, they will be the one on defense on a map like Villa. The first site that they've made a decision to pick from will be on second floor Aviator / Games Room. As we see Ragnar bringing in the Aruni's Surya Gates, a very powerful tool yet again, which will force the attackers to waste one of their utilities, flashbangs, grenades, drones, you name it. It will make sure that the attackers needs to make a sacrifice before entering in towards the site. Now with it, action phase will proceed with the attackers on the side of Sunset Ninjas spawned in towards the fountain, and I believe they will slowly make their way, getting the control in towards Astronomy Stairs. We head in towards Trophy, use the 90 angle and make sure they would get that peak. Now Montrosky almost would have got the head of one of the players on the side of Monkey Hunters. I believe that was either Weeb or one of the roamers who was just slowly making his way in towards the Astronomy Stairs. He will be safe for now. Talking about the vertical lines of sight being made from Sunset Ninjas, one already repelled in, the other, that would be Super Hercules, who's slowly making his way. And here comes the first kill from Ragnar, and so does Super Hercules. What a way to start it off, as a quick trade will come in from both teams, as it is 4-4.
That is quite the way to start things off. Hercules and Ragnar off the board, as Jittery in the meanwhile is going to find the one playing with his grenades. Lefty, unfortunately, wasn't really doing too hot over there. And, well, he will no longer be, even though that grenade did go off right on him as he was killed. Jittery, of course, making sure, there's, Monkey Hunter's making sure that nobody is going to get a bright idea of disturbing their peaceful time inside of Villa, as a Rattler watches from Astronomy Stairs. He's got somebody on the window right next to him. He knows that, of course, but he's going to try and get the one in bathroom, unfortunately missing his shots, forcing him to fall back and try and just, take the time away from Sunset Ninja's attack. That is what, the Jaeger is out there to do. And with a minute 20 on the clock, some would say it's not quite been done, but the longer that Sunset Ninja takes to clear into Trophy Statuary, the longer they take to clear into landing, the more the play from Monkey Hunters will have been successful, and the more Rattler can pressurize them by simply existing on the map. They don't know where he is, they need to find him, but they also need to emphasize on time and get into the site for the plant. There are so many things to be taken care of by attackers. It is quite insane sometimes, actually, overwhelming even. But here we go. Nato is going to push up alongside Zane towards the 90 and landing areas, respectively. Montrosky is going to head off elsewhere. Interesting decision to go towards the 90 window, it seems. Flashbangs go off, but that's not going to find anybody towards the 90. They're not holding there. They're holding farther back, if you will. Just waiting for these defenders to get cheeky, if you will, and looks like Rattler will have already gotten one. That is Zane off the board. 2v4, leaving only Nato and Montrosky. Rattler is still roaming free here. You can see just eat the unperturbed with a beautiful shot. Minato does find V, but it doesn't matter. Rattler's there with a double to finish off the round, even though he was on disadvantage on that window, on that Fox entry window, as we like to call it here. Doesn't matter. It's Rattler we're talking about, and that will be the first round going to Monkey Hunters on the defense.
Very unfortunate for Lefty, as he missed his grenade. Was his first intentions were to use the grenade to throw towards the, right at the place where Jittery was, but unfortunately it was bounced at the wrong angle, and that led Jittery go very aggressive, picks out the sledge. Easier said than done. Although Ragnar's his first attempt to take out Super Hercules was was successful in a way. I mean, both of them did get their trades nonetheless, equalizing it 4-4. But we did get to see Montrosky, Minato, and Zane have so much flashbangs at their hand. They could have used those flashbangs to try to, uh, especially it's quite effective in the execution wise, knowing that you have a total of 2 shotgun operators that you need to be careful of, and using those flashbangs will make sure that you will blind those defenders and hopefully have that higher chances of winning most of those gunfights. But unfortunately, that did not happen because they couldn't even get in towards the side because they forgot about Rattler, who was slowly making his way to get those 2 peaks right in towards the trophy room. And I believe Sunset Ninjas needs to be careful on a flank watch like that. And also, they have to forget. They shouldn't be forgetting about Veep though, because he is slowly making his way go for that spawn pick to try to take out Flores, who's currently spawned in towards the ruins. Now, unfortunate for the Mozzie, as he won't be able to get a kill at this point, but I see that there is a high pick rate into bringing in the Thunderbird, knowing that you have good amount of sustain. You even have the Spear 308, which deals massive damage for the attackers too. It's just that the only main problem of the Spear is that it doesn't have a good fire rate. Other than that, it's a beast of a gun if you handle it well. You even have, the P10 Ronin to be, taken care of. But talk about Lefty already making his first appearance, taking out Rattler right into the second floor master bedroom. Looks like a retaliation will come in, and that too will be in the hands of Ragnar. With the help of his Kona stations, he'll make sure that he would hold this ground, and the attackers needs to worry about this.
That they do. Ragnar is quite the, as we all know, quite the player to keep your eyes on, especially when he gets going. And that they need to, Sunset Ninjas, the Sunset Ninjas will need to keep their eyes on that Thunderbird if they want to have a chance of winning this round. Ragnar, in the meanwhile, I believe. Oh, what a shot right there from Jittery. All right, taking the limelight of the point that I was trying to make in the meanwhile. Can he get a second one? No, not quite. Montrosky shuts him down nice and quickly. That's the Hibana coming in for the trade. But there's still 3 more defenders, 3 deadly defenders, and for that matter, Beat unfortunately couldn't quite find the head of the flashbang thrower right there. That was probably Minato. As more shots are about to be fired, Ragnar unfortunately doesn't quite connect. He needs to watch that bedroom door. Veeb is there towards the landing as well, just to make sure that Sunset Ninjas don't have a good time or an easy time getting into Statuary. But there's still so much more to be done from SN. They still need to clear things out a little bit more. Zane could be very useful for that, as Ragnar's going to take a bit of damage. Montrosky will as well, but Zane's here to find the operator down quickly. But more shots are being fired. Minato taking damage while going in. Beat's going to find Zane in the meanwhile. Can the astronomy push be stopped? Yes, it can be. Beat comes in with the double. He needs a triple. Does he know that the last one's in the bathroom? He does now. The Hibana comes in close, but the shotgun's going to come out. Is the kill going to be Beat? Or is it going to be Montrosky's 1v2 to take home? It's not going to be. It's going to be Veeb to finish it off for Monkey Hunters. Unfortunate, but this is something that has stayed true for Monkey Hunters. Even when Sparko was still with them, and now with Veeb and Ragnar playing in their roster, you simply cannot take it easy, even if you have the man count advantage. Each and every individual player in that team is, skilled enough to take your entire team down, given the opportunity. And you simply cannot let that happen. Small slip-ups like that astronomy push. Zane went down, and Minato, unfortunately, could not capitalize on smoke being exposed. Beat was just exposed for a second, but unfortunately, that second didn't prove to be enough. Now, of course, anyone can miss that. I'm not saying it's Minato's fault specifically, but those are the moments and opportunities that you need to pounce onto if you want to take Monkey Hunters down. That is how specific it can get. And that is to say, Monkey Hunters are, they're not going at full steam ahead just yet. They like to take a little bit of time before they start things off. And that is what we're seeing here from Monkey Hunters LFO. Sunset Ninjas, on the other hand, we're going to need to see a little bit more from them if they want to get to the next round of qualifiers.
Although I do, let's not forget about Jittery's bulletproof cam, which was being placed at Astronomy, giving so much information that Beat did realize that most of the players were slowly making their way in towards astronomy, so he was prepped and ready for the push. He even knew that Nomad was slowly making his way in towards the rotation, and all he had to do was to get that pick, and he did it very well. So a job well done for Monkey Hunters, as they will successfully defend the site on both second floor AVG and Trophy. Now they have to worry about defending first floor site. Oh boy, Ragnar. Beautiful spawn pick there to take out Montrosky, and that to it is a big drop. Hibana. X-Kairos pellets, which could be used to open up lines of sight, even if it has a reinforced wall or not, will get taken care of. And unfortunate for Sunset Ninjas, because they only had a single hard breacher. This is not going to go well for the attackers, knowing that you have to, deal with so many angles, and Beat continues his aggression too with the help of the pulse cardiac sensors, taking out Minato, decreasing them, and Jittery, the one who makes some jittery plays, is going to take out Lefty to a 2v5. They are looking so well and so dominating. They take out Super Hercules, and oh boy, Zane, caught in a very difficult spot. Needs to find 5 angry players on the side of Team Monkey Hunters. And oh boy, it's not going to look too good on his side.
That it will not, for sure. Jittery and the rest of his team, Rattler, Beat, Ragnar, and of course Veeb, have just been doing work, and oh dear me, not even an app can slow down Jittery. Not in the slightest, folks. Zane, acknowledges the fact that that shot was really good. And it was indeed, as we saw in the final kill cam, there is no stopping Monkey Hunters LFO when they get such a huge advantage. A 5v3 with them in full control of second and first floor. You're not making out of that alive, at the very least, unless you somehow manage to sweep them off their feet and make it a 3v3, 3v2, or even a 3v1, and even then, you are not in the clear. Not at all. Round 4 will now be underway with Zane taking the 6-pick out of the Ash into the Lion. And in the meanwhile, Veeb with the 6-pick out of the Kaid into the Caveira. Ooh, I think it might be time for an interrogation yell, but maybe not so. Again, Caveira is a bit of a double-edged sword for the player playing set defender. But, it's Veeb. He might just be able to pull it off.
I mean, talk about Cav. I'm starting to have some flashbacks in the first series. I still remember where the Cav did get an interrogation, and then after the interrogation, we saw them going way too aggressive, and it kind of backfired, It just backfired them so hard. Yes, they had information, but also the attacker knew that they're going to go aggressive, so they decided to hold their ground and contest those gunfights. And surprisingly, they did survive. Although I actually don't have the information on what team was it, but just like you said, it is a double-edged sword. And talk about Cav, the Luizon weapon, which deals moderate amount of damage. Not to mention you have the M13 in the hands of Veeb. Might be a bit difficult to succeed in spawn peaks. When it comes to close range, that's where Cav excels at. Still, there is highly a chance where Cav might lose to it. But who knows, maybe Cav might be able to bring some miraculous plays, and so does Jittery, who's been performing very well with his long-range gunfights with the P10 Roni. Needs to be worried about some particular attack plays, and looks like Sunset Ninjas have started to make their own plays. And guess what, Jack? It's again a trade. Ragnar is actually on point, getting those headshots, and this is the second time I'm seeing Ragnar get an instant trade, equalizing it 4-4.
Absolutely, but that equalizer will not stay for long. Jittery gets taken out by Super Hercules, and I only heard one shot from the F2. Was that a one-tap? Maybe, maybe not, but that doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is the fact that the kill went off. The Iruni, the P10 Roni, is down. Intense droning right now from Sunset Ninjas. They want to find any more roamers that may be in the region. But do they know that Veeb is doing the good old bathtub strat of just waiting until his chance? Zane is going to go in. Does he know that there's a Caveira right next to him? He does. Looks like it. He's going to get taken down. That is Veeb. And Zane will get that kill. Ragnar drops the XD in chat, as is to be expected. To be fair to Veeb, he did give it quite the try. Either that or he was trying to enjoy his battle, you know. Rudely interrupted, unfortunately, by Zane, as it's now a 2v4.
Well, 2v4, and Beat is desperately trying to figure out a way to get those peaks, but it's best to fall back. He has that information, knowing that the players will start to make his way in towards 90, and Beat's angle is very risky. You get the damage nonetheless, but he will be forced to fall back. Zane taking quite a lot of damage from Rattler, who's still defending the site on aviator rooms, and so does the gas canisters. A beautiful shot there from Rattler as it takes out Zane. And now he needs to fall back and make sure that the attackers make their play. Now Beat still has one more gas canisters, but he will get Minato. But he doesn't get the confirmation just yet. He will be down. Looks like Beat will go aggressive. Smoke gas canisters to try to confirm. Looks like they won't be able to confirm it, but both of them are down. The confirmation will come in from Rattler instead. It is 2v2. Super Hercules is so low on HP, but not Montrosky though, as the push comes in. Just trying to go in for the plant, but it's too late. Beat comes in with the shotgun, gets one. Can he get the other? While Super Hercules is still trying to figure out a way, but it's not enough. The M5 shotgun, very powerful on close and mid-range, will see Monkey Hunters be on a tremendous lead. 4-0 against Sunset Ninjas. Unfortunate for the blue side, but they couldn't get to do anything about those. 4-0 will be the scoreline, and with it we could proceed. We will proceed to round 5. The site will be on a second floor trophy and statuary room, but we just have to go in for a pause. But I believe that it should be the I guess it should be related to that previous round where Cav was at the bathtub, where he was trying to hide himself, but the Lion did get to figure out what exactly happened. So I believe they're going to go have a bit of a talk with the admins and try to figure out whether if it's going to be a round win or not.
See, the issue with the previous round, excuse me right there. The issue with the previous round is something that we have seen before, not necessarily from Sunset Ninjas, but we saw it in the previous game of Clickbait versus Ascent Esports on round 7. Ascent Esports were on the attack, Clickbait were on the defense. It was, again, a 2v4, or at least a 2v3, if I recall correctly. And Ascent, unfortunately, just could not deal with the final two defenders inside a site. This round, again, something very similar happened to Sunset Ninjas. They could not deal with the final two sitting in sight, Rattler and Beat. They were simply too wily, too slippery for the attacking team to properly take care of. And unfortunately for Sunset Ninjas, that spelled doom for them. It was a good try, a really good try from them. I won't knock what they did in the early and mid round, but the end round execution was unfortunately quite shaky at the very least. A couple of kills, like for instance, Rattler's kill onto Lion on the landing, I believe that was Zane, and then the kill from Beat, the down, onto Minato, and then the smoke gas caster went out, and then I believe a reset on Twitch. I'm not sure what happened there. Probably down by the smoke gas canister regardless, and just able to survive. Leaving Ash the last one standing just did not put them in a good spot. They needed to be more clear and more coordinated about things, but they simply weren't. The vault opening didn't happen in time before Minato went down. Zane going down was just a huge drop regardless. Again, the Lion on landing needed to stay alive because him going down gave Rattler the kind of freedom that was needed for the Jaeger to just roam around within sight, within study room and the memorial hallway, all of that stuff. And unfortunately, that spelt the round loss for Sunset Ninjas. With all that being said, round 5, hopefully we will see some more good stuff from the side of Sunset Ninjas, and obviously from the side of Monkey Hunters. It is to be expected, as round 5 is now underway.
Well, round 5 will proceed, and also with a bit of a surprise pick from Zane. 6 picks from the Ying. Talk about Weeb, who just shifted from a Cav to a Bandit. Having those Bandit charges is quite effective, especially on walls around like second floor statuary room. The side is on that specific spot as well. Ragnar will bring in the Melusi's Banshees to make sure that the push from the attackers wouldn't be as surprising as you'd expect. But Talk about the tremendous performance being led from Monkey Hunters. It's just a lot of heavy lifting has been done from Beat. And just like you said, Jack, they are very confident when it comes to winning those 2v4 gunfights. Rattler and Beat. I still remember way back when Rattler was in Kira Esports. He used to play Smoke a lot, and he is quite considered to be one of the best tankers in this region. So joining in with Beat, coordinating well, and try to understand that chemistry in between did. Did make sure that they would win that specific round on that previous, on round 4, second floor ABG. So good performance from Monkey Hunters. The same thing cannot be said to Sunset Ninjas though, because that early kill where Ragnar picked out Montrosky was like a huge drop, knowing that the Sunset Ninjas only have a single hard breacher. So it is going to be a bit difficult for the Hibana, although the gun is a very powerful tool, the Type 89 and the Bering, even the Bering 9 as well. Good damage, considerate amount of magazine, maybe good amount of recoil too. But yeah, for now, talking about the round that's been happening, talk about the round which is happening. We'll see Sunset Ninjas. They're just going to take it nice and easy. And talk about nice and easy, they just have to keep up the pace because Jittery just picks out Zane, making it a 4v5. And now the trouble is started to brew around the side of Sunset Ninjas.
That it has the ying of the board. That Candela play that Sunset Ninjas was looking forward to is not going to be happening. But in the meanwhile, Monato finds Rattler. Rattler found Super Hercules. So a quick trade and a refrag, if you will, does come through. But Sunset Ninjas are the ones to come out of that at a disadvantage. Ragnar has disconnected, unfortunately, which will equalize at 3-3. Not in the way that either side were hoping for, but at this minute, Sunset Ninjas needed something to go their way. Beat is going to get damage from the grenade, but not a whole lot. He's got the SMG-11 in tow. He knows that there's a couple coming his way. He takes down one, but the Iana's here, lefty, to find him as Veeb in the meanwhile. He's being pressed. Doesn't matter. M870 comes out, and he's taking damage on the way back into the site. But nothing can stop Veeb. Oh boy, he is low on HP for that matter. Lefty with the diffuser, pushing in towards the site, and will be seen by Jittery, taken down. That's going to be one more round going the way of Monkey Hunters. Like we said back in rounds 1 and 2, you simply cannot underestimate any single player or any two players on the side of Monkey Hunters, or even give them any room to work with, because if you do, that will be your own round loss. Unfortunately, we have to go for a bit of a pause because Ragnar has disconnected, and until he rejoins, we will be, of course, coming back to us in just a quick second, folks, while we wait for the player to join back in. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too long, if you will. 5-0 is the scoreline in the meanwhile. Monkey Hunters LFO proving that they can also play some quick matches of Rainbow Six, just to join in on the qualifiers, fun and action, as it were. And yeah, 5-0, one round away from match point, one round away from the other half. What are you thinking, Baba?
Well, I'd say that Monkey Hunters have got this in the bag. And although, yes, I believe they're just missing Sparko at this point, but still, they've shown some good performance, from Jittery, Sandy. I mean, wait. Not Sandy, I just have to apologize. It was Weeb making some excellent performance on the side of Monkey Hunter. Sunset Ninjas, though, not looking too good, especially the way how, next one, Ragnar, who's just making to put quite a lot of pressure around. I mean, you saw a total of 2 or 3 times where Ragnar did win most of their gunfights via a quick trade, and that exactly put Sunset Ninjas in a bit of a trouble, knowing that they did immediately pick out the main fragger on the side of Sunset Ninjas. They had to deal with the other ones, which would be none other than Jittery and Beat. And talking about the way how Monkey Hunters are very good when it comes to defending a 2v4 situation, they are an expert at doing those. I mean, Beat still an expert with the SMG-11, so does Rattler with the Jaeger. Of course, how can I not forget about Jittery, who just immediately picks out most of the players with the Pete and Roni. But yeah, other than that, Sunset Ninjas not looking too good at all. And talking about the match, which was currently was at the pause phase. Unfortunately, we had to rehost the lobby to make sure that Ragnar would come back. So yeah, we're just gonna have to wait for a total of 10 or 15 minutes Hopefully, it would be done in around 5 or 6 minutes tops. Make
I mean,
sure that
yeah,
we could get back
hopefully
the
it
right time.
doesn't
Yeah,
take that long if you were. But it
I'm
is a
sure it
full
won't.
blown, yeah, it's a full blown rehearse, folks. So
Yeah, it
it will
is.
take
It
a
is.
little bit of time, as it were, just a teeny tiny bit. But overall, just like Baba said, it's been a good performance from Monkey Hunters, not so much from Sunset Ninjas. What we're seeing from SN is they're having moments of really good performances against Monkey Hunters, but they cannot string them together or consistently perform at that level to give themselves the round win. That simply isn't happening. And that is showing, with the way that things have gone so far. A couple of 2v3s, a 2v4 even, some equalized man count situations that, when looking at it from hindsight, seems like should have gone the way of Sunset Ninjas, but it did not. And here we are, 5-0 now in a rehost situation. So, all things considered, Monkey Hunters have done well while not giving everything away to their opponent team. They haven't had the impetus to give everything away. And of course, the fact that this is quite the standard game is also reflected in the bans that we have had. Thatcher, Jackal, Valkyrie, and Mira. I mean, these are the bands that we have come to expect. You don't really see specialized bands or target bands, if you will, for lack of a better term, until you get to the BO3s and BO5s, the business end of the tournament, as we like to call it. That is, of course, that point where it's all the big names, the names that have come through into the finals, the names that are here in the quarters, the semis, the top 3 game, and then, of course, the finale, and all of that good stuff that we have come to expect. But at the same time, you'd have to think, a little bit more of weird and wacky bands every now and again wouldn't exactly be too bad, as it is the qualifiers phase. It's going to be Oregon, Villa, and Clubhouse all over the show. Probably no bank, given the discourse around bank that we. Dear me. Oh, there we go again. I had a bit of a disconnection, temporarily speaking. But like I said, given the whole discourse that we've had around bank, given that while it's gotten some good quality of life changes, the overall map still flows the same way. And if it still flows the same way, it still has the same problems. And if it still has the same problems, it's not going to see that much play. Some have argued that maybe Oregon should have been taken out. And you know that I will agree with that one, because, well, Oregon has simply played too much. It's a good map, but it is played far too frequently for it to be, exciting to see our 10th round on Oregon on a 3-match day week. That just simply isn't something any of us likes to see, folks. And we won't have 10 match days of Oregon. That would be absurd. But then again, you never really know what tomorrow and the day after could bring.
I mean,
Right.
that's the. All
I
right.
don't know what's happening.
No, I mean, currently there isn't any problems happening in Discord right now, Jack. Because
No,
I can hear
it's me.
I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
Really,
There
because
isn't any
everything
problems.
freezes for me. Everything freezes. Even the game feed that I have over here just
Mhm.
freezes. And I think that it's, my internet disconnected or something. Like, what's going on? I'm going to have a chat with my ISP once the stream is over. I tell you
Mhm.
what.
I guess
But
they're, I guess they're trying to do the mannequin challenge at this point. He's just trying to freeze, where they're trying to figure out whether if they can, try to, put you in panic state, realizing that, oh no.
wouldn't that be the opposite though of the mannequin challenge? Because if I panic, I'm not going to be sitting still on this chair. That is,
Oh yeah, yeah.
hmm,
I
probably
mean,
a different newfangled challenge that somebody on some other social media platform might end up coming up with.
that can
Not
happen. That can happen.
Yeah, you never really know, but let's not really think about that too much, as we once again, like we said, wait for the players to just join back into the lobby. There's not much to talk about, in this match itself. Like the first two, it's a quick affair, mostly speaking. It's just the small technical difficulties which have kept us from really getting into the meat and potatoes of it for too long, so to speak.
I mean, the only thing we could talk about right now is the huge amount of changes that's been happening around in Siege, especially with the new operators being introduced, Osa, which has a bulletproof shield, quite similar to the Mira shield, but she is a very powerful, and I'm not gonna lie, she is very irritating to deal with. She is. I would say she would be quite similar to Montaigne's, because you have that the extended shield where you can push towards not being able to worry about any bullets. You still have to worry about C4s though, but still Montaigne is considered to be the mountain, whereas Osa is quite basically the one which would cover your backs, especially when you're going in for a plant. It's a very irritating operator to deal with, knowing that the attackers have a lot of opportunities to proceed to the site. So in the next operation, I'm guessing that we have to expect a lot of Osa bans in the near future. So that's the main thing that most of the players on Rainbow Six Siege needs to worry about, because Osa is very overpowered at this time, and it's so difficult to counter it unless and until if you have the impact nades ready to throw it out and destroy those utilities as best as possible. But still, you still have to worry about other ops though. You still have to worry about the Thatcher, the EMPs, which could disable so many utilities just by one single throw. And yeah, that this is there anything else did I forget about, Jack? Because like we already talked about the amount of nerfs that Iana got. I mean, it's not that much. It just they just removed the 2.0 magnification scope from the GT36 assault rifle, and they
That
just
one,
came up with 5. But
that
yeah.
was actually from the ARX. The ARX has had both the 1.5 and 2, and they got rid of the 2.0. And on the other side, the G36 had the 1.5. They got rid of that one as well. So Iana's only has one zoom scope on the ARX. And if you want to play the G36, playing 1x scopes, hollow, red dot, or reflex, whichever one's your persuasion, really. But if we're talking about nerfs, let's talk about Sledge. Yeah? Mans has lost his SMG-11. I remember that image of Sledge, tenderly holding his SMG in his hand, reassuring it that they would find its ACOG someday. The very, very old SMG-11 ACOG, if anybody remembers that one. But yeah, and now he's just lost his whole SMG-11. He just lost it. It's gone. Poof, gone with the wind.
I mean, poor Sledge. He was just, like he just puts his SMG-11 to rest. He'll just put a pillow right from behind with a blanket to make sure that everything is cozy enough. Next thing you know, the dev decides to not give him SMG-11 and just rely on his primary weapon. But still, I really don't think that Sledge pick will be decreased because of it.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Sledge is still heavily required. His breaching hammers is the main reason why we need Sledge in the first place. Not to mention the grenades, which could help get an instant kill or take out deployable shields in the process. So Sledge is still in the meta. The same thing cannot be said to Buck though, because yes, you have those skeleton keys which can help you open up so much lines of sight, but you don't have any explosive ordnance to destroy any utilities being given from the defenders. So there is a lot of pros and cons that you need to talk about, especially from the soft breaches operators. I mean, you still have the Sophia, you have the concussions as well as the impacts. You could use it to destroy it, but still you have to worry about the primary weapons, which is the M7. And I believe they did change the recoil of M7's recoil, and still people will prefer using the LMG because it has a lot of magazine. Come on, I mean, 100 magazine.
We saw what somebody can do with that weapon by the hands of Lakhs in this match from Clickbait. Oh boy, that was a performance and a half. 19 kills in a 7-1. Can you believe that kind of domination? A 7-1 and 19 kills. Lakhs was going ham, and it wasn't restricted to just Zophia's LMG, but we'll stick to Zophia's LMG, for the point at hand. The M762, basically what happened in the test server is that initially they were trying to see how far they could reduce the horizontal movement until the gun became more about, vertical movement, similar to Buck C8, how it used to be. And now it's basically that if you can control Buck C8, if you could control Buck C8 back in the days when it had the highest recoil in the game, you'll have no issues with Zophia's M762. The horizontal kick has been reduced significantly. On the other side, speaking of weapon nerfs, they tried, to nerf the AK-12. An attempt was made, as they say, and then reverted almost instantly. Yeah, it was actually. The AK-12's recoil is not that bad. I am still running the flash at angle grip that I always have with Fuse and Ace, and I'm a I'm vibing with that weapon. That gun is still the best in the game, regardless of how you look at it. And this new recoil change has not done anything. If nothing else, give teams a little bit of time, and they'll figure out specific areas where Fuse can be really, really good, and we'll start seeing more and more Fuse. And the more Fuse we see, the happier I'll be. That goes without saying, as they say. And Ace, of course, continues to just dominate the hard breacher scene. I mean, that AK-12, the kind of versatility his Selma breaches bring. I mean, is there anything that he can't do other than, of course, gather intel? That's not one of his specialties, but he's still got drones for that. So, he's a bit of an every man fits in with the character that he is. Oh, dear me. Once again, everything freezes on my screen, and I think everything's frozen everywhere else. I don't know what's happening. Forgive me if I sound out of order again, folks. But like I said, fits in with Ace's character, to be the everyman's operator. But he's not exactly everyman's operator. Regardless, folks, looks like we've got all the players back in the lobby, all 10 for that matter, and we have the ready confirmation from both sides, which means not too long from now, just let's say 45, 50 seconds from now, we'll be going right back into the match. That is correct. It is 5-0 for Monkey Hunters LFO. Sunset Ninjas are in still a huge spot of bother. They've had a long time to convene and talk about what this match has been for them so far, but they will need to do a lot of hard work if they want to bring themselves back. Can they do so? Let's find out by jumping right back into the match, as Monkey Hunters are 5-0 on round 6.
Well, finally, talk about the side being on dining and kitchen. It is going to be an interesting one, since we had quite a lot of time to think about and quite a lot of time for Sunset Ninjas to deal with. Looks like a pause is asked on the side of Super Hercules, and we're just waiting to see whether if that pause is accepted or not. I don't think that's going to happen. Is it going to happen though? Actually, it is. Yeah, there you go. I guess Super Hercules was the one who asked for the pause timer. I believe he had some issues to need to dealt with, and I believe it has to do some issues. So hopefully they will return back, join back into the game, and hopefully we could resume back the match with Monkey Hunters going up against Sunset Ninjas. But yeah, Monkey Hunters, 5 defending wins, Jack. And the way how Sunset Ninjas is going as of now, talk about some huge changes being made from, the operators like the Fuse, in which you could use cluster charges through reinforced walls. That's actually huge and also big both at the same time, because you need to worry about the deployable shields being placed, because most of the deployable shield has a higher place where it can be placed near the deployable shield. So with the cluster charges being used, you need to worry about 4 grenades which can get caught up in the process. Not to mention the AK-12. It's great to see that Fuse is coming back up. It's just that we still need to know whether if he is fit to be in the meta or not. That's the main question that I have to ask for you, Jack. Because Fuse, I mean, you love to play Fuse a lot, and cluster charge giving them a huge buff with the reinforced wall. Do you think it is enough to get a kill, or maybe try to destroy utilities in the site?
What I will say is, after the changes that they made to Jaeger, for instance, when he can take out only one piece of projectile utility and then he has to recharge for 10 seconds, basically Jaeger was one of Fuse's biggest counters for the longest time, right? Because like 3 ADSs each take out 2 utilities, 6 cluster charge pucks is gone. That's 2 actually whole cluster charges, nearly 2 cluster charges, if you will. Fuse has 4. He used to have 3, so that was a big hit to his utility. Then he got 4. Then Jaeger got nerfed. Wamai doesn't synergize with Jaeger as well anymore. So in terms of utility clearance, Fuse is actually quite viable. I will forever hold on to that fact, just like how I held on to how Capcan and Frost have always been viable. They just needed one little secondary gadget change Frost got her shield, and then the secondary shotgun, and then she became viable for competitive. Capcan has always been viable in competitive. Look at them now. They get played regularly at even the topmost levels. So in that same sense, I will forever hold on to the fact that Fuse is viable, folks. But we'll see. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a different conversation, because in the meanwhile, both players have rejoined. That is Lefty and Super Hercules. Ragnar also had a disconnection. He's back, and looks like both sides are ready once again. We'll be waiting and going right in. There we go. Going right into the match once again. Finally back in round 6. 5-0 is the scoreline. Monkey Hunters 1 round away from match point.
Finally, round 6. The side being on dining and kitchen room. We see the same optics being picked up from both the sides. Yeah, it is the same optics. For a moment that I thought that they did make some changes in their optics, but no, it's still the same. The only difference is, will we see Monkey Hunters continue their winning streak, or will we see Sunset Ninjas try to disable that streak, and hopefully we could see them make an amazing comeback, as I like to call it. But still, the man that we need to keep our main focus on would be none other than next one Ragnar. And I believe that next one Ragnar is very confident on playing both of the roles. He could be either a frag, nor he could be either a support, in which we've seen how well he is in the fragging phase, but we need to see how well he could support his team to see whether Monkey Hunters is, capable of getting not only just information but also getting those, converting those information into kills. Although, yes, I am talking a lot about Monkey Hunters, so for now I'm just going to talk more about Sunset Ninjas, because Montrosky, the man who is, who is currently the fragger on the side of Sunset Ninjas, he was the one who was making quite a lot of plays. Oh no, Lefty, my goodness, he even had information. In fact, he even gave a sound cue of the melee, opening up lines of sight, and somehow that did not work out well in their favor. Now we'll see one pre-play C4s being thrown out. They just need one information. That information will be relayed from Beat's cardiac sensors. Now Rattler, it's a bit much more afraid, knowing that that the C4 has been thrown right outside and the attackers will destroy it nonetheless. But do they know it? Gas canisters, actually not the gas canisters. Weeb gets a double kill, taking out Zane right into World Second Floor Trophy, and looks like they have all the information that they need in Second Floor Master Bedroom because of Pulse's cardiac sensor. This is definitely not looking too good, but unless we might be able to see something with two of the players, Weeb and Ragnar, taken care of, as it is a 3v3 equalizer. Make that 2v3 as Jittery comes in with a triple kill, taking out Hercules.
Huge kill right there. Hercules going down to Jittery. Big stuff as the Ironi comes up, but no, Jittery unfortunately could not take that gunfight. Montrosky gets away with his life, but only barely, as shots are still fired from down below, and there's somebody on the red stairs landing, and there we go. The SMG-11 from Rattler is going to be deadly. Montrosky off the board. 1v2 for Minato, the one with the diffuser and the ARX in hand. The Nomad in... Not sure why we're not able to see, Beat's screen on the cardiac sensor. It keeps saying connecting. Kind of reminds me of a big situation that we've had in this match so far. Let's just not go into too much detail about that. As, oh dear me, there goes Rattler again. SMG-11 peeking through. Oh, okay, he made that hole. I thought that was pre-made because of what we see in the kill cam. But nope, makes a little line of sight onto red stairs and takes the head of the Nomad clean off. Monkey Hunters match point 6-0 going into the 7th round.
Well, look at that. Monkey Hunters on a match point. Flawless first off for them, 6-0. And now, Sunset Ninjas is definitely not looking too good. Not too good at all. Although there might be something else to say on the defensive side. Site will be on second floor aviator/games room. And this will maybe be the site where Sunset Ninjas might come back. Six-pick will come in from Minato, as he will switch from the Maestro to the Mute. Having that jammers is quite efficient. That would at least jam the Gemini Replicators Blitz's flash. But we're about to find that out when that choo-choo train comes in effect. Rushing towards the site, blinding players one by one and getting picked off over and over again. That's the main thing that I have to worry about, especially if you're a fan on Sunset Ninjas. But for Monkey Hunters, they are looking quite powerful. Also quite interesting to see Beat bring in the Zero this time and give the heart-breaching work to Rattler. This is interesting because this is the first time I'm seeing Beat bring in Zero. A total of 4 Argus cams in which Monkey Hunters always brings this specific operator because he gives a lot of information. The Argus cam, just place it near the stairs and you have the entire place under control. You'll immediately know if one of the defenders is flanking because of that Argus cam. So such a powerful tool for the attackers to gain information. And talk about Monkey Hunters, they are full of information. Same thing cannot be said to Sunset Ninjas though, because they are getting picked off time and time again, either from Jittery or from Rattler, maybe sometimes from Ragnar. For a moment there, I almost said Ranger.
See, I told you, folks, we get that wrong quite a bit.
Yep, we do.
Well, with all that being said, right now, Monkey Hunters just doing what they do, normally, drilling themselves in, getting all the info that they can. In the meanwhile, the defenders, oh boy, that was a Wamai who wanted to be a little aggressive, wasn't able to quite be so no beat. He had no idea that the Jaeger was right there, took quite the beating. As a grenade comes in from below, does a ton of damage to Minato, and the second one from Jittery as well. He's going to toss it. Minato takes a bit more damage, but Ragnar's going to find Montrosky in the meanwhile, and Minato went off to be aggressive, and oh dear me, he has just been team killed after getting flashed and down. Lefty is off the board now as well. He was the one who team killed his teammate who was down on the floor, and now it's all up to Zane. It's over Hercules. Hercules goes down. It's all up to Zane, the last one standing. No, he's not going to be standing anymore. It is all done and dusted. Monkey Hunters seeing an opportunity, rushing in and finishing off the match itself. As with all that being said, folks, Monkey Hunters LFO will wrap it up. Quick, clean, and precise, as they say. 7-0. A flawless win to them. And of course, the scoreboard is post-Rio, so we don't really have too many kills to talk about, but that really doesn't matter necessarily now, does it? Monkey Hunters, straight to the victory, straight to the finish line, and that concludes match number 3. We've got some unfortunate news about match number 4, and we'll talk about that later once we're done with the highlights and really dissecting the match that we saw in full. We still save some little tidbits of info for the highlights reel, folks, as we do. Can't have everything be revealed immediately off the bat, Gotta say something for the juicy bits at the end. But with all that being said, very well played to Monkey Hunters LFO. They will go on to the second round tomorrow. Probably have a little bit more of a tougher match. On the other side, Sunset Ninjas, well, unfortunate. Tough bracket, as they say. Could have been better for them had they faced almost literally any other team, but it had to be Monkey Hunters LFO. And, well, we saw the result of that. Don't lose heart, folks. The Rainbow Six Siege AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2, will still have its second qualifiers, registrations for which are open, if I recall correctly, or at least will be open over the course of the weekend. So keep your eyes out on the TC Discord, on the social medias, and, of course, the description down below. And, any teams that may have lost this week can obviously come back next week and try again. With all that being said, we're going to be going into the highlights in just a quick minute here to talk about what we liked and what we didn't like about both teams' plays in this match, because the overall performance of the match can be summed up very quickly, and I'm not going to be the one to do that. Baba, what are we thinking? What was the match like? Because I've already given my 2 cents.
I mean, Sunset Ninjas, I would say they just got caught off guard at this point, going up against Monkey Hunters, because most of the time you saw some early picks coming in, and I guess there is nothing much else to talk about, because that's how perfect they were. Monkey Hunters. And talk about the attacker side, Montrosky, the one who was giving so much information, but somehow it's just way too aggressive for Sunset Ninjas to handle it. So sometimes you see Rattler who just whips out a pistol of the Ella's, whips the Ella's pistol and just immediately rushes in towards statuary room. And sometimes you saw some amazing 2v4 hold from Monkey Hunters and Sunset Ninjas where they just couldn't handle that aggression on defense. And most of the time it was just trying to assert dominance for Sunset Ninjas. And we exactly know what exactly happened on round 7 too. Second floor AVG, it was just nothing but just a massacre for Sunset Ninjas. I mean, at this point they were like, we you have to deal with Blitz, you had to deal with a lot of operators just like Ragnar with the LMG. And yeah, I wouldn't say there's much more else to talk about on this specific match. I mean, it is 0-7. Monkey Hunters were very keen on winning their first half on defense. The attack was the attack was also really good from Monkey Hunters. Sunset Ninjas, I would say they were just unprepared.
Sunset Ninjas, unfortunately, not really giving us much to look forward to. Well, at least after that game. But who knows? Maybe in week 2, with Monkey Hunters already going on ahead, they won't have to face such a difficult bracket. But like we said, we had some unfortunate news about the final match of the day. And don't mind any potential background noise coming from my end, folks. There's some things going on in the next room. Yeah, like we said, the final game of the night, unfortunately, I believe there have been some unfortunate complications, unforeseen complications on the back end that the admins are handling or have handled. We've just got the news that it won't be happening. And since that was the only game remaining, one of the only games remaining, unfortunately, that also means that the stream will have to end off here today. A little anticlimactic. I was looking forward to having 4 full games to cast, coming back on the casting seat once again with Baba, but it is what it is. Qualifiers, we have technical issues almost all the time in the back end or on the off-stream matches, or here on the on-stream matches. Like this match alone took 20 minutes to get back on its feet. So yeah, but yeah, all things considered, very good games that we got to see. A 7-0, 7-1, and then a 7-0 again. Quick games as well. And we will be going into round 2 tomorrow. I believe once again, roughly around the same time, or maybe a different time. It will be updated as and when required, folks. So keep an eye out on our social medias for that. And with that, that is going to be it for myself, Blackjack, my co-host, Baba Gusta. And we're going to be signing off for the AMD the Esports Club Challenger Series 2, supported by Ubisoft, for tonight, day 1 of Qualifier 1. We'll be back with day 2 of Qualifier 2 tomorrow. Until then, stay tuned and good night.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Let's make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't want to do. Baby, while we're young, I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Let's make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't want to do. Baby, while we're young, I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Let's make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't wanna do.